Back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You know I had to bring it to the hood like she Karen Civil when she keep on turning head. Cause when she walk that thing jiggle, and we going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back, flow, we back again so highly. This that back in my back, flow, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back, flow, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my bag, flow. Back in my, yeah, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, yeah, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, this my, back in my bag, flow. Back again, yeah, we keep on stacking it, what's happening? Everything in Gucci got me feeling like I'm dapper then. Life has been a movie, yeah, so shout out to the cameraman. Pull up to the scene, it's going down like an avalanche. Steady going up like a travel plan. Homer Simpson face, lucky power plant. Yeah, I'm off that dope, like I'm back again to Vizzy. At the Millies, out on Club Hurst. Give the word if it's a cinch, Lord forgive me. Still having motion, dog, so why would I slow it? Make it rain on them, bust a band, then you throw it. We was steady having it, even at our lowest. High speed road runner, keep my motor going. Hey, people feel away, but they don't show it. Gotta watch the people that's around you, that you grow it. They be coming around you with some plans to steal your moment. Soon as I bust a nut, she be like, baby.
Kinder, Yaboseki. Me unscrabbly. Shaka-dooby! Doubly shaka-dooby! Pop swabble! Toy! Yodel yum and choco scrum with multi-pop swabble dice! Oh, grubbly!
What is going on, kids? Can you hear me? Can you see me? What is going on? What is going on, guys? I've got some breaking news. Not really breaking news. You know, I've seen it today too. I got a cattail on my table. That is Tippy. That was Tippy. Tippy has left the table as it shakes. The camera shakes. What is going on, everybody? Bama Ninja was in here early. What is up, Bama Ninja? What is up, brother Marco? Eggs and ham, the man, the myth, the legend. I'm gonna send you a link just in case, buddy. Burnt Relic, what is up, man? Cody Campbell, welcome, brother. Welcome, welcome. And we've got the man, the myth, the legend, Joe Isabella in the house. Good to see you, Joe. We got Neil McKenzie. I've got an echo because my phone is my camera is, you can't hear it. I can. Anyway, it won't drive me crazy for a few hours. Neil McKenzie, channel member. We got Richard Hopkins is in the house. What is up, Richard? Good to see you, buddy. Dr. Drew Dude is here. Good to see you, Dr. Drew Dude. Welcome, everybody. We'll have fun tonight. We've got some really cool discussions. I learned something today watching a video from SHOT Show that I think is fascinating. And I'll have to also correct the record and say that I think all y'all knew I'm an idiot, but I was misspeaking, maybe not, and I owe Shane an apology, but we'll get to that. Paul Mills, my brother and a channel member too. What is up, buddy? Good to see you. We got, let's see, I think I got everybody for now. And as you notice, it's just now 10:15. So I will never leave you hanging. If I'm not here right on time, it means I'm asleep on the couch and somebody needs to text me. Said Stevie, what's going on, brother? I'll give people a few minutes to get in here, and then we're going to start off tonight with a video of Eric Glacier, or Glasser, however you pronounce his name, and David from Knife Center talking about Crucible. I found it absolutely fascinating, and I have to correct the record on a lot of things. Crispy Critter has been a member of this channel for 18 months. Crispy, thank you so much, brother. I'm going to have to give you a man hug. I appreciate you, dude. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you being here to hang out with us tonight. And again, guys, when I learn something, which I do every time I have a stream. Good. Stevie just got done watching. I'm going to shoot you a link too when I shoot Eggs a link. I found it fascinating because bottom line, let's just get started here. Put a 1 in the chat if you have not seen the little short video with Eric talking to, I think his name's David, the goob from Knife Center. And in the meantime, I'm going to go over here real quick. Give me a second. Put a 1 in the chat if you haven't seen it, because I want to show it to you guys because it's short. And I was talking to brother Shane, who, of course, made me aware of it. And he wasn't looking for an apology from me. Of course he wasn't. But I was I am going to I don't think I shouted him down, but I Googled it. And Google said one thing, and I'm gonna let y'all decide. It's one of those things that we're gonna learn together, right? And then there will be a quiz at the end. Hold on, where's my freaking okay, there it is. Invite. Copy. Sorry guys. I promised I wouldn't multitask, and here I am multitasking. Let's do this. And nobody that gets these has to come on, but y'all are just welcome if you choose to jump in at any time. And I'm sure the conversation is going to get interesting because I've got thoughts, which I'm sure surprises no one. That doesn't mean they're rational thoughts. That doesn't mean they're even worthy of being regurgitated thoughts. But at the same time, I find it fascinating. And I wonder, because of Eric's candid, when somebody's being candid, how can I conjugate that? His candidly was like it was everybody knew that. So anyway, I've got some questions. But what we're going to do is I'm going to share a video from SHOT Show. And if I get a strike, even though I don't care, not a strike, but if I have to go in and clip this out later, I will call Knife Center and I will stream it live as I bitch them out, because I think I'm doing them a favor by sharing this, and we'll talk about it to make it transformative, as we should. All right, so this is a short video, 12 minutes. We won't watch all 12. Make sure you guys can see it. Make sure you kids can hear it. And here we go. Pay attention to this. I found it fascinating.
Hey everyone, David C. Anderson from the Knife Center. We're here at SHOT Show with the at the Spyderco booth. We're talking.
Can y'all hear that okay? Can y'all hear what they're saying? Give me a thumbs up. Eggs, look in your Instagram, brother. Checking the if y'all can hear the video, somebody give me a thumbs up and I'll keep it playing. I just want to make sure it's not sitting there and I'm not seeing the chat going, we can't hear it, and I'm just sitting over there watching it. Yeah, sweet. Paul can hear it. That's all I needed to know. Here we go.
Eric Glesser, and we wanted to pick your brain a little bit because I think the news on the tip of everyone's heads right now is still the fact that Crucible Steel is going bankrupt, basically.
Yeah.
And when we're talking high performance knife steels, Spyderco obviously is one of the leading companies that does real.
I want to skip ahead, but I don't want to miss anything, because basically he's just saying
high performance knife steels, and Crucible's products are so dominant in that kind of genre. Without being too broad with the question, like, what do you see going forward? Like, what do you think?
This is what becomes fascinating going forward. And it talks about the state of a lot of different things, but pay attention to what Eric says, because Eric travels there quite a bit. I don't know, I guess for Bird, but here you go.
Going to happen at this point?
Wow, certainly a loaded question. I do want to say I'm not the authority here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, I like talking about what I think, but I'm certainly not the authority.
I think you've got your finger on the pulse more than.
I am not an authority. I am an idiot that likes knives and talks to myself while I video said knives. So I'm just kind of sharing this because I found it fascinating, and we'll talk about it shortly.
Than the average person walking the aisles here at the show, much less folks at home, though.
Well, thanks. There are a lot of great people in this industry. I guess one thing I think about is I do love Crucible, what they've been.
And by the way, I really like Eric. I find him to be a cool dude, very legit to come from, what he comes from. And he's got a kid that'll probably jump in there. So hats off to Spyderco. I'm a fan.
For the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Many people know that Spyderco was the first to do a Crucible knife. They were making coal
I didn't know that. But anyway, Spyderco was the first company to use Crucible steel for a knife. So here you go.
Shoots, and my dad really liked. Well, I guess the custom industry was using some Crucible steels, and they were coal shoots and other things that they were making.
Not specifically like knife steels,
right?
They were just using
their
for
steels.
Knives. Yeah.
And my father really wanted to try them for some production grades, and before you know it, he was knocking on the door in Syracuse saying, "I want to use your steels."
Yeah.
I believe that was back in 94, 96, 94. So for us, Crucible is certainly near and dear to the heart. In so many ways. We've had such a great partnership and history together. So it's a shame to see what Crucible is going through, or sad to see. And for Syracuse and the plant and everything around it. I guess when it comes to Crucible, the first thing that you look at is value. If they're going bankrupt, where is this going? They bring a lot of IP to the table. So who owns the name for S30V, 35, S90V?
This is what I found interesting.
CPM, Magnica,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And so all these grades are patented, and somebody created them. After a certain amount of time, those patents and the market opens up, and they're more freely able to be made.
But the trademarks may not.
Right. And so the IP becomes one of the most valuable things for them, because some other foundries can make some of these grades probably very nicely, but can they bring it to the market so that the market knows it's S30V?
Right.
And so I know that right now that's certainly a big discussion about what's going on with the names of these grades and who is going to buy some of these grades and hopefully continue to bring them to the market. They're such loved grades by so many people, frankly, millions of people world round, love these grades and have bought these grades. And I really hope that they can find a way to continue to bring these grades to the market, particularly made in America.
This is where it gets interesting.
But, the steel industry as a whole is on a renaissance. It really has been. Where steel is being made, how it's being made. Right now, some of these grades are being made in places like China. China is a very emerging, nation, has been for decades, for centuries, frankly. As many people know, I travel back and forth. I've gone to places that were villages, that are highways and high-speed trains, and they're an emerging nation, and they have very nice foundries. And you look at Crucible's foundries and some of the American foundries, we certainly have to keep our game up. And so there are steels like Chinese-made, M390s, and they're even starting to play with their own Magna Cuts and things like that. And so we've even seen some of these and gotten pieces of them. And so, the industry as a whole is on a renaissance. The yuan is 7-to-1 typically. And if you buy a steel in America and it's
for any of you, I'm an English psychology major, get your math pencil out.
Anywhere from $15 to $30 a pound for some of these grades. And then you go to China and maybe they're charging, $4 to $6 or dollars.
And this is just exchange rate. This has nothing to do with the labor. So,
it's very hard to compete.
Yeah. Even if the price doubles on something like that.
Even if you have a 200% tariff, and so a lot of it is going to become, where does this steel industry go? Can we become, efficient in our development? What Laren's able to do with things like Magna Cut and Proto X.
We're going to talk about Proto X because I've never heard of it. But anyway.
Which I know some people are playing with. This is a lot of where the industry is going is can I be more innovative and create that? But they're doing it too.
Right.
And so we have to compete here. And so I think that for us, we're going to do them all. I really hope that somebody in America can buy these grades, can make these grades, can continue to bring these grades to the market and compete. There will always be an evolving steel market, and the knife industry gets a front.
In case I forget, because my brain goes, ask me if I think China is going to try to buy these steels and possibly succeed. But anyway, go ahead. The names, that is.
Front row seat at this,
right?
Because we're making it to its finest points and the tightest tolerances with a passion.
Right. That's the passion is such a key thing. But on that point, I got to ask you, like, one of the sort of talking points that I've heard and people are mentioning is the the portion of Crucible's business or in any steel
industry than any other industry.
He's just basically saying that knife steel is a very small market. David's wasting.
Even if it happens to be a very small part of what they do.
Because we love it, we advertise it, we talk about it, we sell it.
And I didn't mean to cut that off, but what Eric said is even though we're a small part of it, the knife industry promotes these steels because we talk about it, we're passionate about it, and we deserve a little bit more seats at the table because we do more for promoting the steels than these big companies that just use them. But anyway, I don't want to cut you out of the conversation. I urge you guys to go back and watch this because I'm about to skip through it and be done. Hold on.
How many times you get in a plane and say, "Oh, that propeller was made by Bowler,"
right?
But you know, for the steel industry, I think it's important to cater to us a little bit because we're one of the oldest industries. We're knowledgeable, our passion, the equipment. I mean, we use lasers and EDMs and robotics and all the latest equipment too on the tightest tolerances. So I do still think that there's a future there. You just have to be savvy enough to find it.
And so what I think the subtext of what you're saying also is we're still going to have high performance steels.
We're still going to have high performance steels. I think with every market and everything in life, you ebb and flow. Well, there'll be times when steels are less available. I remember in 2008, its performance and everything that goes along with it. Where in the world is this stuff?
Here we go.
I don't know if you remember the history, but that's when they started playing into the knife industry, and they brought a lot more grades and pushed the evolution a little bit further. And so, you know, will there be ebb and flow? Yes. I certainly think so. I think what plays in right now, though, is going to be where in the world is this stuff made? You know, out of what foundry, at what cost, and its performance and everything that goes along with it. Steel is the foundry of production. You know, we can't be a nation of farmers and doctors and lawyers, and we have to make things. And without making steel, you know, if we're buying all of our steel from overseas, it's going to be a lot harder to compete. And so, you know, I think I'm really hoping that somebody takes on the challenge of continuing to bring these grades out. I know Niagara is involved. I have to give hats off to Niagara. They are the distributor of Crucible steels. They are the distributor of so many other steels as well. They really help carry this industry along. You know, I don't think that a lot of people outside of, you know, the manufacturing world oftentimes
said something else really interesting, but I don't know exactly where. I don't want to miss it.
Know how often one or two vendors plays such a big role in everybody's success.
I think that's what some people are worried about is like when one of those linchpins gets pulled, what are the effects down the line?
You know, one of the beautiful things about our knife industry, though, is everybody sticks around. We've been here a long time. You know, I've been working with my father worked with the fathers and grandfathers. I work with the children and grandchildren. The same people at Niagara were there decades ago. The same people that are in most of these companies. And so we're all working together to keep the oars paddling and keep that boat moving forward. You know, we all want to be successful together.
Well, and to your point, like whoever winds up, you know, taking on what's left of Crucible now, like I sure hope the folks are going to be taken care of.
You know, and Niagara is going to make sure that to help them out. You know, I would certainly think that if a company is considering taking on these,
just random talk, so YouTube knows I'm adding. He's got a hole in his ear. I would have kept the earring in. I know he's at SHOT Show, but I would have just kept the earring in. That would have been me. I would have probably put like a 4-carat diamond in there. But anyway,
challenges. To know that people like Spyderco and people like Niagara are going to support that challenge. Would I make a Spyderco Chinese Magna Cut? Not in a hurry.
Not in a hurry.
They worked very hard to develop that steel, and Niagara and Crucible kept it for America and the Western Hemisphere, if you will. And though the Chinese may be making a copy, if you will, you know, would I make some? Likely not. I never say never to anything.
I never say never to anything.
Though. I just hate to close books completely.
Well, I mean, the world 5 years from now could look very different than right.
And that's the point. That's where we're going to stop. So the world for 5 years can look much more different than it does now. Shane, what's up? So when I learned that, I was in here, I don't know if it was a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago, because I have no concept of time. But I was Googling that, and I was under the impression that we were shipping Magna Cut to China, right? I was under the impression that this S90V from Riyadh was coming from the same place this S90V from Medford was coming from. I assumed the Magna Cut coming on my, and it may be my EMP relative, I'm just talking in hypotheticals, was the same Magna Cut that came on my Chupacabra, my Bulldog. And I thought the 20 CV on my Wee Nefarious was the same, came from the same place that my Jurassic's 20 CV came from. And I was very adamant about that, right? So I have to correct the record and say I was freaking wrong. And Edgy even said during that he has connections there. And I don't know names of his connections, but I know that they're connections in the industry. And Shane was saying this months and months and months ago. So again, what's interesting to me, the things that he said, and this will be on the quiz later, but China being an emerging economy, right? So we always hear, and I'm not saying it's how they get there is good, but where he went years ago, a few years ago, it was just villages. And now they're highways and super trains. So if they're doing all this infrastructure, all this basically emerging where we emerged already, and they're now really emerging, they're of course going to be consuming steel. And their foundries are probably a lot newer and a lot more up to date than ours are, right? So my question becomes, it's kind of an ethical dilemma. So well, Paul, no, let's think about it, because what I think what Eric was saying there at the end was, I can never say never, because China, we know how much real estate they buy. We know how much investment they make in this country in terms of casinos, you name it. I mean, they buy it into everything, every part of America. So if they're, because they're big into knives too, they may want to bid on those names, even though they don't need to. But if nobody else is willing to, and I would think, because the other thing I found really interesting there is, at first I thought that Eric was talking about working with his dad and his granddad, but he was talking about, because he talked in another video, there's another video where they go through their lineup this year. This is about 24 minutes. It's good too. But they talk about basically, I forget where I was going. But anyway, so I was wrong. China, if they're emerging, if someone here buys Crucible, I think the knife makers, I know where I was going. What he was talking about was, he's grown up with the kids of these companies like Niagara, the distributor, like Tim Reeves, Chris Reeves' son, and they all kind of share ideas. They're competing for market share, but they're a very kind of like the community. They're let me check in. So they are hold on, guys. Oh, I never sent it. Duh. Hold on a second. Guys, I'm just not on my game, and I apologize. But I promise you, we will solve this dilemma tonight. I don't think it's going to be a dilemma, because I think what I was saying is the knife families and the steel families are generational, it sounds like. I sent it to Stevie, but I didn't send it to David. All right. So it's there now, buddy. But it sounds like these companies could get together and try to acquire the names. I don't know how they get them made, because I don't know how the steel industry works. But I just found that fascinating. And I owe Shane an apology, because I don't think that's the night I yelled at him. I think I yelled at him about something else, even though we were just kind of goof scooting or whatever. But yeah, I was dead wrong. You know, I did not think that they would be doing that. I don't know why I didn't think they would be doing that. But what it took me to was Eric at Spyderco. It didn't seem to be a surprise to him, right? Okay, that's what I was going to ask, Edgy. You just, Edgy, I'm sending you a link, and I know you probably don't want to come on or can't come on, but I'm sending you a link, because I find I wonder how these our buddies, the content creators and the people like John at EMP EDC, are they being misled? Does it matter? And like I think Eric said, there may be a day, whoops, don't want to do that. I was just sending something to Edgy, and I just put in the chat. So if anybody got it, just jump in here and I'll boot you, unless I want to hang with you. But anyways, if they've got state-of-the-art foundries and they're an emerging economy, we want goods made in America. I totally get that. But I think a lot of the question has been, we want the best performing MagnaCut that we can get, right? It was set to perform at this level. It needs to perform at this level. What happens if what Eric says in the industry keeps becoming more globalized, and in 5 years, everyone is happily getting these steels, and this is a what if, from China, because they're actually performing better. I think, Stevie, that would have been my thought, but I don't know that. I don't know why, coming from a sales background, and I always tried to be transparent, but anytime you had things that you could lose your job over, and I was never in those jobs, but I'm sure they exist, or in China's case, face even probably harsher consequences. Donzo, what is up? I did not see you. But that's to me, I just found it interesting. It opened my eyes. Not that I didn't trust Shane, because I always have trusted Shane. Google told me something different. They are the second biggest economy in the world, not emerging. Right, Five Door, but I think they are growing still at a very fast pace. I think they still have a lot of growing that they can do. I could be wrong, but does buy steel from here, but mostly for tool and dial work because theirs isn't as good. Yeah, that's and that's another question that I had on my list, but I don't want to throw it out now because Shane was sharing with me earlier that China has always bought a lot of America recycled steel or steel. Like, I didn't know this, but they bought the steel from the Trade Center, not for high end stuff, but just to use it, and because they can convert it and use it. And I don't know how many people are testing. I know that the HRCs are always lower or have always been lower on stuff, but I just wonder if, I'd even send my knives off to have them tested, like to have my trusting Google over Shane's the right night. Stevie, I still have to eat crow on that because I believed it even before I went to Google because I'd heard it somewhere. And that's just dangerous. I mean, when you hear stuff, even what Eric's saying, I don't know why I put so much credibility on Eric. I think it was the nonchalant, well, yeah, everybody knows this. So it's not secret information that made me think that his information was credible. The other thing that I was interested in, I don't want to pull the video up again, but he said, Laren's done so much with MagnaCut. And then he said another steel that sounds like it's being currently tested that Laren developed. Has anybody heard of that Proto X or whatever it was called? I think it was Proto X.
No, I haven't heard anything.
Let me see if I can find it. Hey, look who came in. Uh-oh. I pushed the wrong button. Kyle Coonley.
What's happening, guys?
How are you, buddy? Are you feeling better?
I am. Today's finally the first day I'm feeling a bit better.
I talked to Ed today, and he's finally coughing up and snotting up green stuff, which for him, he thinks it's all breaking up, which is a good thing. Todd Carr, I haven't been saying hi to anybody because I've been showing this video, but I wanted to go back, and I bet Kyle's heard of this steel that Laren developed.
Which one?
Soul flavors and now steels. What will be next?
Where was the part where he said MagnaCut, Laren, and then the Pro something?
Well, so there's two things. He's been developing a couple of steels behind the scenes for the last couple of years.
Right.
I have been sworn to secrecy on
Get per-
one of them, and I was basically told what it was a blend of, but they hadn't brought it to market yet. He had sent it to several people for testing purposes, but not for material
Production.
making yet. Yeah.
So that was probably what he's talking about.
Well,
I would guess because he had a name, and I just want to make sure I give it the right name. That's what I'm looking for. It was Pro something, Pro
well,
X.
and he could have
Good night, Neil.
been changing them as they go, because one of them originally was supposed to be MagnaWare, which is MagnaCut and CrewWare together. But then he had another one supposedly floating in the wind, a different variation called MagnaTough. But who knows what he's doing now?
Night, Neil. Well, I mean, according to and Eric.
Oh, I'm doing it as we speak. I'm stropping your knife as we speak, Paul.
Oh, Paul, that was kind of a comeback. Boot scooting, goofing.
8 hours worth of knife sharpening.
What's up?
You're gonna have knife left after 8 hours of it?
Oh, I haven't been in those 8 hours, but
Oh, he says you're supposed to be slaving away for 8 hours, though.
oh, I can't read the chat.
Go to comments instead of private chat. Oh, you're on mobile. Never mind.
Yeah, he's on mobile, and so
I'm also looking at why I'm sharpening. Sorry.
right. So I knew Shane was in the know because Shane has a connection, right? And then everybody, I believe Shane. I know he's credible. It's just I swore I'd, seen other stuff, right? Magnatuff sounds like a. I saw that.
Effing Crucible.
There's also a really cool video that he does where he breaks out the new Spyderco's, and I'm usually not a fan. I like Spyderco's. I have a lot, but there's some really interesting ones coming out. I think he's doing some. What did he say? Was it not 15V?
They just released a bunch in 50.
What?
They just released a bunch in 15V.
Okay, so that's what it is. So they've got. He was showing all the ones that were, and one of them's the Yojimbo and the Yojumbo.
Yeah.
Kyle, I'll read this for you since you can't. Kyle likes it when the knife is, for me, cut. I just need him to even out the bevels and get it started so I can finish it myself. Law.
Whatever you need, Terry.
And I'm still having not issues rounding my tips, but keeping my grind pattern. When I take my glass and get to the tip, it looks a little different than the rest of the knife. He can't read only because he can't see the chat. I didn't mean that. Kyle is not seeing the chat to be able to read it, was how I should have phrased that.
Yeah. I read your text messages, Vidor, so shut up.
That's true. But he wasn't saying that you couldn't read. He was saying that I just said that you couldn't read. He was grilling me. And he didn't say boot, goof, scoofing, or whatever that freaking steel toe says before he makes fun of his little cripple guy. Let's see if we're streaming on Rumble. We are, just for fun. Just for fun.
Rumble?
Well, do you remember when Tri-State lost his channel for 24 hours?
No,
it was
I don't think I was around.
It was on Instagram. He posted a little video that was a sad video, and he scrolls to his channel and it says been removed for sexual something. So he reached out to him, and he had his channel back within 24 hours. I think it was just an AI misfire, but it told me how scary it was because I don't back up my videos, guys. I shoot a video, and y'all the ones of you that watch my videos, they're shot on an iPhone. There's no editing. It's me talking to myself about a knife. Once I upload them to YouTube, I don't put them on a hard disk. I don't back them up. I just, they're one and done. Well, if YouTube ever wanted to just shut my channel down for something, I thought that would suck. So my initial plan was when I started the Rumble channel, was just a dual upload. But I realized real quickly that Rumble's really only a live streaming platform. So using StreamYard, you can simulcast. So
Yep.
I can stream to Twitter, to Facebook. I don't want to stream to Facebook because there are too many skeletons and too many closets over there. But at the same time, Rumble, I just feel like you never know, right? Nobody ever watches it. I think if I go over there right now, there are 3 people watching over there, and one of them's Kyle, because he always tunes in and will make a little comment so it comes up from Rumble. But have you ever see? I wonder how it would be. I'll share the screen with you because basically I don't go through Rumble. I don't set up my live stream through Rumble, but then I link it to StreamYard. So basically all it's doing is mirroring what we are doing on StreamYard.
Rumble's fantastic. The only thing that sucks is if you try to watch a live stream after the fact and you don't have premium, you will get bombarded with ads.
Oh, the ads are terrible even on beforehand.
But if you have premium, you don't see any of them, so it's great.
Right, you can get premium and have none. I mean, it's not a problem, but
I have
if
premium.
you don't, it's definitely, they've got a lot of ad load. But again, the reason I did it is I thought it would be a place that my videos could live. Well, I learned real quick that I just now do live streams there, and I don't like go to Rumble and do a live stream. I set it up and then I link StreamYard to it, and I just stream on StreamYard, and it goes wherever I tell it to.
What's up, Zach?
Elon Musk kind of screwed me because for a while I could stream Twitter, and then I got a message that I had to be a member or be verified, or I could only stream for 5 minutes on Twitter. And I said, screw Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter got weird. X, yeah.
Scotch, Zach, what's up, guys? Crispy Critter channel member, Mark Parks channel member. I haven't been talking to anybody in chat. I'm such a slacker, Zach. But anyway, I was blown away going back to the Crucible talk and the fact that the Magna Cut and all the knives that we love from China, like my Liang Ma field duty folder, my S90V, or my Magna Cut relative. I just wonder. I don't wonder if it's Chinese made Magna Cut, because I think that it is Chinese made Magna Cut. I don't think and don't see how anybody who's working with Best Tech or working with Riot would have any idea that that was the case. Because I know a lot of times they send the carbon fiber over there for their manufacturers to use if they're doing fat carbon.
Here's the thing, though, Javon. You knew going into when you start sleeping with the devil, things can happen. So
sure.
If you take on that possibility, you know you're losing your potential license to get a design copied, stolen. You are potentially not getting the same quality materials that you're paying for here. There's lots of different things that you're opening yourself up to, and to say that, oh, well, I didn't know, that's beyond naive. That is, without being harsh, I mean, that is blissful ignorance.
I don't know if I was blissfully ignorant. I was definitely ignorant, and maybe I would have known more if I was trying to have knives made.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying as a maker, if you're doing business with them, then and you think everything's on the up and up, then that's being blissfully ignorant.
Well, yeah, but you would think that if it's maybe not. Yeah, I guess you're right. And I've always known. Satisfaction. I did the trial for a month. It just ended like yesterday because I'm getting ads again. And I agree. I think if I was working full time, I would be a YouTube Premium member. It makes things smoother. I notice on my Apple TV, before a video starts, it's trying to decide if it's going to serve me an ad. That's how ad tech works. It decides in like, it's supposed to be milliseconds, but it takes YouTube a couple of seconds to decide if I'm worthy. So I'll either get an ad or I won't, but it always interrupts my viewing.
I love YouTube Premium.
I watch so that's
just
all I
ads.
watch. So I should get it. I hate ads too, but it's kind of ironic because I've spent the last 12 years selling them, and they are effective, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Because some people, especially with digital marketing, and I won't go down this rabbit hole, but I know when we give up our identity and all the data that we give out, at least in the States, we know the government uses it. Good evening, Maddie. But ad tech uses it to make sure that unless Eggs likes high heel shoes, I'm not burning ads when he's looking at the web for high heel shoes. I'm sending him EDC stuff. And was that a Subaru you had pimped out today? You got wheels for?
No, it's a Ford Focus RS.
So, performance accessories, right? So that's why you see ads, even if you haven't gotten retargeted, you'll see ads that are kind of like what you're into. Like when you click on a YouTube video, that's why your feed changes. It's just predictive.
Yeah.
But
I've had those wheels for a while though.
I'm surprised that nobody's talked about the Chinese. Was it just that everybody knew and I was the only one that was ignorant, or is it that people just don't think it's a big deal? I mean, because you would think some of the bigger channels would have at least brought it up, and maybe they did, and I just wasn't aware.
They don't give a shit what it comes down to.
Well, it's curious. I think most of them are curious because even if you look at it just for good content, it's good content to come out with stuff that's thought provoking, right? That I don't know why you would not want to.
I think you give them too much credit, though, John. I mean, I think a lot of it's just for clicks. It's not what's honestly accurate or not. I mean, the main ones are legit, but I'm saying like a lot of them just, I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in because what you hear regurgitated is complete bullshit. So
that's true. Well, that's why people like you and Shane and others are so important, because they can call people out and just help, not call them out, but help correct the record. Like, unfortunately, when Eric said it, it made Shane much more credible, but I should have believed Shane right off the bat.
Yeah. Hey, Mills, your knife is done, buddy. I'll hit you up tonight and I'll try to get it out tomorrow.
Dude, send in a little short video like you did when you did mine of it slicing through shit. Just so it'll get his dopamine pumping.
Well, I don't want him to finish before it gets there.
Scotch, I don't know what you're doing, but you can check your Instagram in just a second if I remember to put the link in there. And we can just have a roundhouse discussion. As long as we keep it. I'm trying not to cuss as much, but I always say fuck. I can't help it. It's just one of those words that slips off my tongue too easily. But I'm trying I'll keep my parental advisory lyric on my thumbnail because I do slip up, but I am trying to be more respectful because there are a lot of people I know. For one, I alienated a knife maker who was a good knife maker, but just did not, very intolerant to shenanigans, maybe
cursing in general.
Cursing, yeah. And he was going to be on one night and texted me afterwards that he just didn't belong here. That the chat made him uncomfortable, that the language made him uncomfortable, and I respectfully.
That was my fault.
No, it wasn't. I respectfully. Well, you might have been. I don't think so. This was a different time, but I think he. I think my response to him could have been just more understanding. I said, respectfully, guests on the show are guests and the live streams are for the chat, right? So I'm not going to say that they need to change the way they are.
You're talking about the Canadian guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a bitch. Sorry.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're entitled to your freedom of speech.
Right. Exactly. And
he just came off very indignant when we're trying to have a conversation about shit, and then he just wants to
he was very
down
to you about the way that knife could be sharpened. Well, I'll show you what it was. It's this knife right here that Kyle was pointing out to sharpen. Because the hawk bill, it's called a sheep hawk or something, because the hawk bill is not that significant. And the maker was trying to say that it's just best to use a ceramic rod, not you put a stone on it. But it does not have, it looks like a zero edge, so I don't know if that would matter. I don't know nothing about nothing.
You know a lot about a lot, actually.
I'm learning. I learn every day. I try to, but I forget as much as I learn.
Yeah. I mean, that's what life should be about, is learning. on a daily basis.
You know, I bet if everybody in the knife community kicked in $20, we could buy Crucible.
Language moves with the times.
I don't
Highlight
think
my
so.
vulgarity. Ignore
What's that?
me.
You don't think we want it? Kyle, what'd you say?
Well, A, I wouldn't want it, and B, I wouldn't want to share it with everyone like that because you'd have zero say in it, and it would just go to shit. So,
That's true.
Plus, I don't think it's going to go for that cheap, anyways. But
well, if Melissa's got 1 million followers, 1 million times 20, I don't know, 20 million is way low, isn't it?
If they actually had a decent facility, they got a huge business. But yeah,
the facility is not going to be part of the all these trans. I don't know if anybody's thinking about coming in and taking over the facility. Have you heard about that? I've heard it was too dilapidated.
Yeah, the facility is an absolute piece of shit. Sorry for my language. The facility sucks.
Okay. Shit's not even a cuss word.
But and they're going to have some regulatory issues with that facility as well. So
I'm sure there's waste from 50 years that soil wouldn't test if you ran bleach through it for a year.
Yep, absolutely.
So, Ed, what have you been up to, buddy?
Just working. I'm talking about the cartoon, Bless. Because I've seen the cartoon.
Adventure Bros?
I thought he was talking about like a knife company or something, though.
Speaking of cartoons.
I've seen the cartoon.
I'm 37 years old, and my social security number
Give me that phone.
I'm Meat Watch. I'm the man of the house. I'm 37, and I like missing choo-choo trains.
Yeah, we spoke earlier. He is 38.
Have y'all seen Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
Aqua Teen's where it's at.
It is so where it's at. It is so where it's at.
Yeah, I haven't seen Venture Bros in a long time, though. I don't really watch TV anymore. I literally watch YouTube Lives or YouTube. And
I haven't had cable. I had it when I worked with Spectrum for 10 years, but I never watched it. I only watch YouTube. And for a while, it was just knife content and EDC content and guitar content. And now I'm watching some synthesizer content and gossip content and other cheesy content. But that's all I watch too. Because for me, and I've been real open, and I think it's very and that's the way, when I think of the way I interpret westernized religion, if you're talking about Christ would have accepted anybody. So I think that's the way. I think love thy neighbor, not love thy neighbor because they believe what I believe. That's just me.
Question for you guys. Can you hear me when I'm doing this? Is that too loud?
Bless you, annoying.
What's
No,
that?
I can hear him sharpening.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
It's not loud though.
No, I've got my headphones on, and if I fall asleep though, if you just see me nod off, you'll know that my what do you call it? The frequency is subconsciously hitting me.
Okay. I was gonna say I'll adjust my mic if need be. So just let me know.
Welcome
Thanks,
to the
Paul.
Man, the myth, the truth breaker.
Oh, Shane.
What's up, Eggs? What's up?
Shane.
Hello, buddy.
Hey, I don't know how long we'll stay on. I've had a rough few days, to say the least. But I will admit I got really excited, that I was validated. But I want to touch on a couple of things. Should this change your opinion of a knife you already own? I think absolutely not. If you already own it and you love it, that's great. All I've ever wanted is for people to have the facts before they make a decision. And if you have these facts and you still choose to buy the next brown design or the next any design, I don't know who it is, then that's fine too, man, because it's clear that you're not enough of a user, and that's not an insult because I'm not either. I don't need K390. I don't. But if you're not enough of a user and you just want to buy something and appreciate its beauty, and you know the facts, then go ahead. Keep buying whatever it is you like. I just didn't like the fact that I already knew that that there was dishonesty involved in it. He didn't say it to me, but I was eavesdropping at Blade Show, and I told y'all this, and I heard Larry and Thomas say that there has been no Magna Cut shipped to China. That has not happened, and nobody wanted to believe me. I'm not mad at designers because I'm sure there's a percentage of them that were just lied to and they didn't know any better. There's also a percentage that probably did know and they lied as well. And then I think the biggest percentage, though, honestly, guys, are the guys that wanted to believe something, and that made it really easy for them to believe it. You know what I mean? They wanted to hear something, and when they heard it, yes.
They trusted, didn't have to verify because it fit the narrative that they were trying to achieve.
And in all honesty, man, I do too. I mean, when I buy my steel from, that's coming out of Niagara, I trust that it's what they're telling me it is.
You don't test it. You don't have to, though, because
next week I could find out that was a lie. But
they've been around for what, 100 years, Niagara?
Yeah, and all of Niagara's doing is rolling it anyway. But
right.
Yeah, man, I just didn't, as bad as I'd like to rub it in a couple of people's faces. And those are only the people who have called me crazy and stupid and a dumb redneck that didn't know what he was talking about. Let me tell you, man,
have you shared that video on your Instagram yet? Have you just shared a link and said,
I didn't share the link. I shared a picture of it, but the thumbnail.
Yeah.
And but I'm not the smartest guy on the planet. We all know that. But even
I don't know that. You just might not make the best decisions.
Even stronger than that, probably my two biggest weaknesses are my desire for vengeance. It keeps me awake at night. If I owe you, I'm going to fucking get you eventually. And the other is my deep-seated hatred of losing an argument. But when I do lose an argument, I'll admit I lost. But let me tell you something, man. If I go public that passionately about something, and I argue with people that I dislike, people that I like, people that I love, you can bet your ass.
You've got facts.
Zero chance of me losing that argument.
I'm not going to
put myself out there until I know. And I know it seems crazy that some cat from, I'm not even going to mention where I'm from, but some cat from where I'm from has a connection in China. That guy don't know my name. He don't know me at all. I don't know him at all. I know his family was sold out of North Korea.
Oh no, Shane froze.
Happens every stream. He'll be back in 10
But it's
seconds.
right when it comes. It's right when he's at that.
The climax. It's the climax.
Exactly. I was leaning in.
There's one thing he's forgetting, though. He added those two things for his list. The third thing he's forgetting is his high level of pettiness.
Say that again.
I don't know where I stopped off.
You said the family went from North Korea, and then you froze. You're about to say they got sold to China. I think
they were sold by the North Korean government because they were in debt. So they were sold to China into slavery. A small portion of that family escaped into China.
God dang it.
In their financial lives now, but part of their family is still there. And one of those successful ones, I know very well. I know in person. I used to work out with him. So that's how I get my information.
I think Shane's got like Bell's palsy.
Where he words it and how he words it so that this family member doesn't get killed.
That's great.
Shane, you're frozen, buddy. Hey, Kyle, you were about to say something, one thing he was wrong on, or one thing that was wrong?
No, he wasn't wrong about anything. He was saying that, his vengefulness and talking about some of his two things. I said you can't forget his high intensity of pettiness as well.
True.
Anytime I go live on StreamYard, this happens 2 or 3 times. It locks up. So it's not China trying to shut your channel down.
But what you were basically saying is,
I mean-
because you cut off at the end, but you got to the point where one of them, I think you were going to say, still is in the knife business. That's what he settled
Not
on.
in the knife business. He worked.
Shit.
For the government, for the
No, he worked in the same town, I believe.
okay.
Yeah, he works in the knife industry, but he's slave labor. So
Gotcha.
that answers 2 things that you're being lied about. One about the steel. The second about that they're not. This man is in his 40s, so it's not just children. They are still using slave labor.
See Scotch's comment?
I can't with this comment.
It's hilarious, but I swear to God, Scotch, I am hardwired into a gig of fiber, and the box is across the street. I'm first in line. And StreamYard is the only place this happens.
Apparently not.
I can go live straight from YouTube, and it's flawless, and it's like it's in 4K. The sound, the picture, everything's better. This is a StreamYard issue.
I'm on Wi-Fi upstairs.
Right.
And it works just fine. And I think our upload is 200.
Let's look at what.
Oh, he froze again. Oh, there he goes.
It'll quit in a minute. Once it's over, I can go 2-3 hours.
Yeah, your internet just does not like StreamYard.
Yeah. What I was going to say is OCD for EDC is literally going live from a Wi-Fi hotspot.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have as much trouble as I do.
See what Scott said?
I mean, he did at the start, but like when he first started using StreamYard, but I think he figured it out.
Edgy is live from
the Atari
2600.
That is the best comment I've ever seen to that.
I think that is too. I think that one wins.
I used to think it was this computer because it's old and it's too full of junk, but StreamYard's the only thing it does it on.
StreamYard, I had that old computer at first. I got a computer like last year, a little laptop, not much of one, but it had enough to run StreamYard. But I think StreamYard uses more resources because that old computer, mine would freeze up like that. On
the computer
StreamYard
does play a factor, not just the internet.
Yeah.
I wanted to touch on something else too. Somebody else that catches some slack. But Kyle's been saying the same thing I have for years. Maybe not for years, but he's been saying the same thing because he can feel the steel on the stone. He can tell you if it's good steel or not. And he's been screaming the same thing that, hey, this ain't the same. But nobody wanted to hear it. That's a good example.
So
Gerald at Outpost 76 has been testing it, and it's never tested well. None of it. The S90, the MagnaCut, the M390, the D2. It's never tested well because it's not the same.
From what companies?
Have we ever heard Elmer or any of the other sharpeners say anything like that?
He's had one knife from Riot in M390 that cut more than 200 feet of cardboard before it went dull. One. And it was a model that's not even really all that popular. It wasn't in-house design. I remember that.
Did he miss the design at all?
I will say this.
That outcut 14C. One Chinese M390 knife that outcut 14C.
There's a huge difference when they're picking their steels. So, like, M390 is by far their worst as far as how it comes here from any of the companies overseas.
Yeah.
When you get into some of the other ones like S90, it's not like what we think S90 is as far as what we expect it to be, but it's better than their M390. The only steel I would trust coming out from over there is 14C. And the only reason why is because even if they're making their own, like which we think they are, and pretty sure they are, that is a steel that's really, really hard to screw up. So you can actually have a huge range on that and it still be decent. But I've not felt anything over there that I would consider like primo.
Do you guys have any idea how many times I've posted the cut test results from Gerald on Instagram? At least 5, and nobody cares.
Well,
The guy does the same test on every knife, the same angle, with the same sharpening procedure, and like I said, he's had one Chinese M390 knife that barely outcut 14C, or a lot of it doesn't outcut OS 8.
So my question goes back to like what Matisfaction was saying. Are we talking about just Chinese companies in general, or are we talking about that this has become an issue with American-made knives claiming they have?
Well, let me tell you something.
steels?
We've got Jake Hobex in this world, so I say I corrected that with allegedly. I would.
It is. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not a possibility.
Eric was not saying that, but when Eric said even with the 200% tariff, which we're talking about a 10% tariff, it wouldn't be comparative. So I can imagine that there's certain less than on the board.
Can y'all see this?
Yeah.
This is aluminum honeycomb. I want to tell you why I have a piece of it. I bought a whole sheet of it. I love C-Tech scales. They're beautiful. I first saw them on Valley Composites website, so I bought some. I loved it. And then when I got my email confirming my order from Valley Composites out of California, it was in Chinese. So I no longer buy C-Tech. I bought my own aluminum honeycomb, and it's in the kitchen right now curing. I'm having to make my own.
Froze again.
He'll come right back.
So, John, what
US
pick up?
Oh,
go ahead.
So it's very easy to be misled, because I was misled. So Meathead's knife has Chinese scales on it.
Well, look what happened with Lefty, with that growler when they tried to have it made. And Sawtooth was one of the guys, and who else? Alex Steingraber that looked at it or something and said this knife wasn't made in America. Somebody.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought up Alex, because Alex will tell you that Crucible themselves told him
That's a beautiful knife. I love that chart.
that they do sell steel to Italy at MKM, and they do sell some steel to China. From my sources telling me that they do buy some Crucible steels from China, but not to make knives out of. It's to make tool and dies for those multi-million-dollar presses and shit that they have over there. Why would you buy American-made steel for something that important if you're making your own version of it? Because it's not as good.
You'd be making your own tool and die steel. You're exactly right.
But they don't. They for imported shit, they buy ours.
It's more expensive, but it costs a lot less in the long run because you're not burning them up.
I'm also not saying that there's not some boutique company that ordered the steel from you ordered from Niagara, because that's who rolls it in the sheets. They ordered some steel from Niagara, had it shipped to a second location because Niagara won't ship it to China, or at least the Magna Cut they weren't allowed, and then they had it shipped from that location. I'm not saying that didn't happen. That's possible, but I can't imagine what the fuck you'd pay for that knife.
And why would it happen if you're looking at 200% more expensive?
I'm just saying there could be a designer or a boutique brand that wanted to be honest and did it that way. But God Almighty, the price, man. I mean, I shipped 3 pounds today to Ohio, and it was $30. What would it cost to ship 3,000 pounds across the world?
Well, y'all have heard Greg say he can't ship a knife to China for what he can buy one and have it shipped to him from one of his knives.
Right, which is all part, we're not going to go political. We'll say this and stop. Which is all part of this whole tariff situation. That they're going to charge us to ship our stuff over there, but their shit's getting here nearly for free. That's the unfair part, and that's why he's wanting to add tariffs, because they're getting all the deals, and
the shipping's subsidized.
Right, we're not getting any part of that because they think we have enough money.
This was my question earlier. Did he test Tucson's knife steels? Because I mean, I only buy their 14C28, but
yes, I've tested a lot.
You should buy from them.
I mean, that's all I buy usually.
Tucson's S90 and M390 are both some of the worst he's ever tested.
But if you look at the price point,
interesting,
for the Tucson, so maybe I think that's what I think somebody in the chat
It's
said.
still worth $100, even if it just cuts like I'll say. It's still worth $100.
Right.
Yeah.
So nothing wrong with that.
Because it's well priced, but you're not taking a $350 knife, putting it in their shit M390, and and saying that it's the greatest thing since sliced bread when it's not any better than anything else.
Yeah.
Which that's what's happening. I guess more times than not, whether they know
absolutely.
it or not.
Well, it's because John, we talked about this before. It's because of the margins. It has nothing to do with anything else. They don't give a shit about how much feet it cuts or any of this kind of stuff. It's about margins. Are they going to make a living off of it or not?
Good point.
It's dollars and cents.
But Maddie's right. It's 100% possible that's happening. But does anybody in here believe Greg Medford gets on the internet and orders his S90V from China?
Not Greg, but I could see Hoback only because he's done shady shit before.
We know he's a liar, so that includes him.
No, I couldn't see Chris Reeves ever doing it. That's a great knife right there.
Chris Reeves absolutely would not.
That was my favorite Tucson. I gave it away on a Friday Night Flicks. It felt Chris Reevesy to me in the drop.
Regardless of what you think of him, but that asshole that owns Microtech absolutely would not. Michael Martin absolutely would not. So I don't know what companies are left. I mean, are we talking about Kershaw maybe because they're owned by a Japanese company? Maybe. I mean, I haven't cut enough with my Kershaw Magna Cut to know, so I can't say.
Kershaw's Magna Cut, I've tested the live wire. Those actually felt pretty darn good. Yeah. I wouldn't say it was the hardest I've ever felt, but I would say it's in spec. It's 62 plus. So that's
a great one too, dude. I've owned so many Tucsons, and the only ones I still have, I think, I can't remember the number of it, but it's the one that's got that sheep's foot that's got the little hook blade. It's got carbon fiber on one side, frame lock on the other, 129 or something. And then I've got one other one, but I used to have probably 20 of them.
I just love Mazwan Mokhtar's designs, and they all come in 14C28.
Right.
Yeah. I agree, Dave. The 14C they do is not bad, and the build quality for what you get for $100 in 14C in titanium,
absolutely,
it's not bad. Now, the one thing
micarta, whatever it is, yeah.
The one thing I will say is their tie, especially, I'm not talking Tucson, but just Chinese tie in general, in the budget realm, is not the same grade because it will not anodize the same exactly as grade 5. So you get what you pay for when it comes to the tie portion, but that's to be expected.
Right. And that's more excusable. I mean, you can kind of live with that, right? More so than a blade.
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as their D2 goes, it's Chinese D2. We've all experienced Chinese D2. It's not great, but what I was getting at a minute ago is right before Christmas, I messed up and made a comment about I had one son, and I said something about that'd probably be the only Christmas present I got this year, and that was the truth. And a viewer, I mentioned his name because he didn't give me permission, who doesn't know my past that well, sent me this Tucson for Christmas.
How do you like it? It's a good knife, isn't it?
The action is very weak.
Okay.
You noticed me failing it the first time, but as long as I purposely flick it, it opens. The grind is great. The design, the milling, all that's great. I will forever cherish this knife because this guy, he thought of me and tried to make my Christmas better. So
that's awesome, dude.
I don't hate them just because they're from China. That's what upsets me is that people like Lefty and Jack Wolf have been promoting that I just hate Chinese stuff all this time. This knife
for the people, which is completely wrong.
Right. This knife at $100 doesn't bother me at all. It's when you make something,
and it's $385.
Right, and it costs as much as an American-made knife. That I think is stupid. It just shouldn't cost as much as an American-made knife. What should an American-made knife cost, though? Michael Martin uses real MagnaCut and titanium.
And I'll put a capitalistic
$250, or
I'll
not.
put a
The sleeve
capitalistic
was $150.
caveat on that. If designer A or designer B wanted to sell a $400 knife, let's say, but they were open about, how it was being done, I have no problem with somebody making a excessive or fair
Or
profit.
be like Maddie, and don't act like an expert. Just say, hey guys, Sharik helped me. I designed this knife. I sent it to Kaiser and they made it. Has he ever came on and talked about the steel like he was an expert and told people? No, that's why I don't have a problem with that.
When you called me tonight, I thought the news was gonna be that Jack Wolf was made by QSP.
I don't care who Jack Wolf's made.
I don't either. I've got my Feel Good Jack in my pocket. I carry it a lot.
If you like your Jack Wolf, man, by all means, and enjoy your relationship with that thing. I have multiple times said, and I think Kyle would even agree with this, it's a damn nice knife. It's very well made. The refinement is something I will never be able to achieve on something easier. It's easier to make a fixed blade. I'll never be able to achieve their levels of refinement. Damn nice stuff.
Maddie, none of us, even the greatest expert, anybody who says they're an expert is basically saying, without knowing they're saying it, that they don't need to learn anymore. Right. So nobody's an expert. There are a lot of people that think they're experts. I call them sexual intellect. You know what a sexual intellect is?
What's that?
A fucking
Now you gotta
know-it-all.
make me Google some shit, bro.
That's a fucking know-it-all.
I use what was I gonna say? Never mind. I just lost my thought. My brain is scrambled, dude.
It'll pop back in there. Just jump in when you get it.
Back to what you're saying.
Maddie said the other night in a live stream that Kaiser was a good company that gives U.S. designers a chance to have their product made. And Maddie's right. And here's another thing. Chinese knives aren't going anywhere, and people are going to continue to buy them. Would I rather them buy one that somebody I know and love design and are going to make a few bucks off of? Absolutely. I don't want to stop that, because those knives have their place.
You just want the buyer to be informed and the truth to be the truth. It's just basic moral truth.
Right.
And so here, I want to get off on one topic real quick. And I'm sorry to rant, but so this got brought up in the conversation when he was on a stream as well too. Jim Skelton, love him, hate him, whatever. I don't really care. He was on a stream and was talking about his hatred for Kaiser because they started off as ripping off some of his friends, knife designers, because they were doing clones. Well, 90% of the fucking manufacturing over there is clones. It has nothing to do with just being Kaiser. It's basically every brand has a subset and makes clones. And that's how they start. So, and the hypocrisy of that was, he's like, well, I can't do that. But yet he had, for the longest time, he had knife designs in works with CKF, who is made by Kevin John,
He's got
Chinese
Tuyas.
clone maker.
Aren't Tuyas made in China?
Yes.
He's got the Tuya. He's got the Caliber.
Yeah.
But he was also hyping this like, oh, well, you can't promote Kaiser because of that. And he got all defensive when I brought it up. I'm like, aren't you doing business with CKF? And he's like, well, they haven't been proven. I'm like, bullshit. Kevin John, the company, has actually came out and said yes. And CKF at one point said, yes, they're made in China. Kevin John to this day still produces clones. So
that's where the clone striders, you're really good clone striders, not your effing growl homages or whatever.
Well, isn't that how China learned to make knives? And again, I
China
do
learned to make knives because we went over there and taught them.
because we needed
companies like Black Hawk that used to make knives in the United States took the machinery over there, showed them how to use it, showed them how to make knives so that they could have their knives made for cheaper. That's why I won't buy any Black Hawk products anymore. But And that's why that's why American Blade Workers exist. Michael Martin lost his job because Black Hawk sent everything to China.
I'm going to change the subject for 1 second for something that, well, I've already forgotten what it was, but it was a little, it'll come back to me.
Sorry. I just had to rant about that. My apologies, John.
No, it wasn't you, Kyle. It was something that when I cut Shane off, I was going to say something profound as fuck, and I just totally forgot it. It'll come back. It was what I wonder, and this isn't what it was, but this was part of what I was curious of. I wonder how many of our friends who design knives had seen that video, and if they're going to respond to it or talk about it.
Cole responded to it tonight.
What?
Cole responded to it tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it.
He said good for them.
Good for who? China?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to go in and sit in there. Did they put you in timeout? Did you talk in cap?
No, I left the caps out. I wasn't. I had things I wanted to say, and I wanted to make sure I didn't get timed out, so I didn't type it out.
Typed in tiny letters.
Yeah. But he said good for them.
What's up, B Shady? Good to see you, buddy. Where did you see the Knife Center video with Eric Glaser? I think I'm pronouncing his name wrong today. We were talking about that. I'm going to put a link in the chat so you guys can go watch it after the stream or right now and come back, because it's a 12-minute video, but it's got some just gold in it. Some stuff I learned. Well, what you guys don't realize is that Larian said the same thing a month ago. He just didn't say it as directly, but he was talking about the fact that you can't patent a recipe.
Right.
He's like,
nobody wanted to listen. Though.
You can patent the name, but not the recipe. But nobody was listening between. Dude, Larian has a living he has to protect. You can't just come out and say certain things that are going to piss off knife companies that he could make money off of down the road. But a month ago, he made a video talking about it. He just talked about it just intelligently enough that most people wouldn't catch it. I didn't bring it up.
Shane, don't you think that it goes back that people don't, there are a lot of people that don't want to hear it?
Of course they are.
That would rather just stay.
I love Sharif Manganas to death. I'm sure Sharif don't want to hear that. You know, now he's going to have this internal struggle with, well, what do I do? You know, how do I feel about this? I know he doesn't want to hear it. But, I mean, it's out there now, and it's not just me. But like I said, man, if you're a knife collector and you're not using any of your skill to its potential, what difference does it make, man? Buy whatever makes you happy.
Exactly. And that's, and
just,
again,
just don't lie to us.
Yeah, just shoot straight, right? Or shoot as straight as what you know. Because I do believe that a lot of, I would think Chinese have kind of wanted to fuck with Americans for a while, maybe, with buying real estate and stuff like that. And I could see how they would not shoot straight with a strategic partner that they were going to OEM for. I could see it going both ways. Or I could see them being transparent with them and saying, I would not tell your market that.
He covered his ass, though, because he did say it. He did state the truth. He just didn't drop that bombshell, you know, like I wish he had. But, I mean, he stated the truth, so his ass is covered.
Did Cole bring it up voluntarily, or was it asked in the chat?
No, it was asked.
Do what now? What'd you say?
Oh, I just said, did Cole bring it up voluntarily, or was it a question that came from the chat?
Oh, no, I was spamming in chat with that shit.
So, and we didn't know yesterday. When's Casey's next live?
Right now, an hour from now, 4 hours from now, in the morning, at lunch.
Now you're making me question my towel, bro.
That gives you the latitude to go in there with just an innocent question and not be a bully.
I can't do it, dude.
Shane, your credibility has been questioned by these people for what, 8 months, a year, 2 years?
Shit, yeah, at least 2 years.
But here's the thing. Even if he is right, which we know, he goes in there, they're not going to give a shit. I mean, they're not gonna say, "Oh, you're right. I'm sorry."
This
They
is
don't
why.
care.
This is why I won't do it to KC. It's not why you think. It has to do with why you think. But I firmly believe that if I brought it up in KC's, he would try to deny it, and then I would have no choice but to go scorched earth on him, and I really don't want to do that.
No, I can understand that because KC is a good guy. I mean,
He is a good person. I firmly he's a nice dude, but
a good a good family man. We can say that.
He's in that little trifecta of folks who are all constantly on each other's cocks about their life companies. That I don't think he could
be
not
objective. He could, yeah, he could not be objective about it.
Cole didn't try to deny it. He was just like, well, good for them. He's like, as long as it works good, that's the point.
But it's been proven it hasn't.
Right. Well, it depends on your definition of good. Is your definition of good, equal to OS 8 or 14C and a high-end steel? If that's your definition of good, then it's good.
Definition of good is should be what it's capable of, not what you're willing to pay for it.
Right.
But again, and that I can play devil's advocate for people that don't cut a lot, right? So I can see how, it's, and Cole doesn't cut a lot. I don't think.
Here's the thing, though, John. Even if you don't cut a lot, do you want to go buy a sports car and you get charged for a V8 when they give you a 4-cylinder just because you're not going to drive that fast?
Well,
no.
What's wrong with a 4-cylinder, bro?
No, my point is,
tune that bitch out.
I won't go there, but yeah, the point is.
Nothing wrong with a 4-cylinder.
Whoa! We got to back up right now. We don't go there.
There's nothing wrong with a 4-cylinder as long as you didn't pay for a supercharged V8.
Right, okay, that's my point. You're paying for something that you're not getting. Therefore, just be honest. Who cares? If you're honest about it, then it doesn't make any difference. That you are making an informed decision. But when to me, that is getting swindled when you're telling someone they're getting something and they get something else.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, so, I agree. And I guess.
And I said this to Javon earlier. When they do get better at it and they release some S90V that even competes with US S90V, I'm not going to deny. If somebody tests it and proves it to me, I'll be like, hey.
Well, Eric basically said that tonight.
But it's good.
That's what Eric was saying tonight. Is he was saying, I can't say what 5 years will be because if America's not in the position because of their facilities and let's not put money into the infrastructure to produce it. If somebody's producing it better, I want the best product. And what you said about.
Are you okay with that, though, man?
No, not really.
How you can be.
No, it's just.
Even if it doesn't affect your life directly right now, that chain of thought is eventually going to affect all of our lives.
But my point is, Shane, that's the type of train of thought that I don't think we can individually or even collectively change. I think what Eric was saying is that may be our only option to get those steels.
He was covering his ass for when he has to buy it from China.
Because there's nowhere else to get it, maybe. Right. Because it's going to other people. But because he also said that he feels like the knife company needs to be catered to more because they promote these steels more than these companies that they get prioritized under, right?
Yeah.
But the other thing,
steels like K390 were made for the teeth on an earth boring machine. People that make K390 could give a fuck less about knife steel.
See, that's what I disagree with Eric on. I don't think that they should cater to them because one, it's not a margin maker for them. They're not getting all their money from the knife business. No, it's a small percentage. So the knife makers, if they truly wanted to be innovative, the U.S. knife makers, and I guess kind of solve the issue of being cloned steels, do what Chris Reeve did. Get with Crucible, make your own damn steel.
Absolutely. And that's why I would say it would be interesting if some of those big companies, and again, I don't know what the cost of that would be. I have no idea, but somehow pull together like a cooperative to keep those here. But it's just, we've all heard about global economy forever. And it's just, I don't know if we know anymore where stuff comes from. I know it has to be disclosed, but obviously not, right? I mean, we know that they sell
Now that's a slippery slope, John, because we don't have any vanadium here.
Right.
All the vanadium that makes up our super steels is either in Africa or China.
The
So
raw ore.
Technically, any super steel you own is not 100% U.S. sourced.
Right.
We have to buy. That's why I was trying to tell you it makes no sense. If they have the vanadium and they're having to sell it to us, why would they buy the steel from they have the vanadium, they have the expensive part. It makes no sense that they would buy it from us.
And the
Scott
downside of that
brought
too
up my
is
other drama point, and he doesn't even know it in his comment.
Who?
Scott, read his comment. And have you heard
that's
these
interesting.
I'm curious too. I don't
You want me to tell you a story about that I heard on? Let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you something, and go back and watch TKL's Sunday live stream. And Suzanne was trying to stop Tim because Tim was saying too much. You know, TKL is doing a folder.
Yeah.
They and another company that's a friend of Tim's, and I think two more that Tim doesn't know, had been working with Magpul to design a knife for them, to help them make a knife. And they got down to the NDA part, and Magpul went silent. Within 3 months, Magpul came out with those knives. Fuck those four makers.
Right.
Well, here's the thing too.
And Tim is a Magpul enthusiast. He's got so many PPUs, he's just no longer going to deal with it.
John, it comes down to resources, though. When you have Blade HQ backing you, then you have basically at that point you have the end for ends. I mean, like they have the exclusivity to that, so that I don't know. I just think that that was inevitable. If you didn't have that in contract early on for the proposals, then you're going to get screwed on that deal just by big.
But evidently, I mean, I still think that's shitty if you're getting somebody.
I don't disagree.
If they're thinking that you're about to get an NDA and you're going forward just because you're a bigger company or taking advantage of somebody who might not have as much business savvy, fuck that guy. You know, and it's not even Friday, so it doesn't have to be a fuck that guy Friday. It's just, I think that's dishonest. I think if Blade HQ is going to back you, you should still honor your partnership with the knife makers, not just TKL, but that they were helping you be able to produce that product. Or
morality wise, I agree, but business wise, I don't. Because when it comes down to it, if they didn't have the contract signed, then it doesn't make a difference.
I'm not debating that, brother. I'm not debating that at all. I'm just saying on this most recent, which happened about 4 months ago, it was just a shitty thing, shitty enough for Tim to bring it up in a live and his wife to worry that they were going to get sent a letter if he said much more.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't disagree that it's not shitty. I don't think that there's they don't have any recourse for it.
No, and he wasn't saying that they did. He was just saying, you know, fuck me for being, you know, trusting. But like he said, he's bought their products for years. I mean, if you ever watch his live streams, I'm surprised. I don't know if they get monetized, but his whole back wall are long guns.
No, they can be there. You can't touch them.
Okay.
I can hang mine behind me, and they wouldn't do anything. I found that chart, eggs. It was the Riot.
Hey, Mad Yako's in here. Thank you for sending me those.
The Riot Horizon D cut 247 feet of cardboard before dull from Riot.
Let me ask you, knife guys, this.
However, the Riot K1 cut 145 feet, which is about the same as Aussay or 14 feet.
So,
I mean, I don't really
is geometry going to have some play in that between those two knives? Like one of them could have different geometry between those two Riot?
Yeah, could be. Absolutely, could be.
Not double, though.
Maybe the Horizon D was a super thin hollow grind.
It's not. Jeff's got one. I did a review on it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's a beautiful knife.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it.
I wouldn't call it double, though. I mean, that's what that basically is the difference on.
Right.
Or 40%, whatever you want to call it.
Horizon D. Where's my video?
And no one's knocking. I mean, Riot makes fantastic knives. I've got some.
I do too.
You know who scored the very bottom, the worst cut test result on the entire chart was Savivi's D2 at 40 feet.
Really?
The worst edge retention steel ever tested was Savivi's D2.
I don't
Why? Because that's not D2. That's not the shit that Steve Clarey just made cut, 400 and something feet?
Well, what happened? Remember when was it Love Them Knives who would order the knives and then have them tested and come back and say that they weren't?
The guy changed jobs.
Okay. But that made a difference in, I think, what China was making to an extent, right? They kind of called them out.
Lee called them out, but Lee also tries to help them do right. You know, he was the first one that went to Effengrau and was like, hey, your knife steels aren't what they say they are. And the guy's like, look, I just bought the company. There's a bunch of old stock. I can't throw it in the garbage. But from here on out, we won't be making any clones. And the knife steels will be what every knife Lee has checked since then was still a lie. But there's no way for him to know if it's old stock or new.
Right. So he's also just using a spectrometer. He's not actually going in and doing because there's no really other way beside the spectrometer to be able to sit there and say, okay, this is 100% a different making of it. You can have the same ingredients, but it could be made differently.
Yeah, just like I've told everybody, if you had your grandma's recipe for her apple pie and you baked it, is it going to come out as good as your grandma's? Well, hell no, it ain't. Even if you use the exact same recipe, there's just things that people learn from experience.
The way they whisk the ingredients together or whatever it is.
Exactly. And when you understand powder metallurgy, how that powder's made, dude, that gets even more confusing because I'm just now starting to study that. It is sprayed at a molten temperature into a container filled with some gas that causes it to turn to dust in midair and land in the bottom of the chamber. It's all crazy.
Science fiction stuff.
Yeah. So are they injecting it at the same temperature? I don't know.
Dude, this is a little bit on the same subject, but it's a little different. It's got a little morbidity to it. But when I was in the car business about 20 years ago, I worked with a young guy named Raphael. I won't say his last name, but his dad was a very well-known metallurgist in Huntsville. Did a lot of stuff with the space industry, the defense industry. Well, he was out in Seattle on a business trip, coming to the airport, had a heart attack and died. Raphael was his only son and inherited everything. So the first thing Raphael did was bought a Porsche Boxster. I went up to his house because we were friends. His dad lives up at the top of Montesano Mountain. Dude, he had original Picassos. You walked in that house. I don't know what metallurgists make, but this guy was evidently a world-renowned metallurgist.
For the aerospace industry, a lot.
Dude, this house, you walked in the front door, and there was like a concrete path with little koi ponds on both sides of it till you got to the living room. I mean, the shit was ostentatious. But there's a lot of science that goes into that. I don't understand it because I didn't really understand that AARPM deal where it was an ingot that was sprayed with some powder metallurgy, so it wasn't true powder metallurgy.
Well, that's what got me started into it. When they said that it was a spray. Then I found out that all powder metallurgy involves some high pressure injection spraying into a gas filled chamber to cause it to turn to powder. I don't know what the difference is, and I still don't know. I'm still trying to educate myself on that. But maybe you're right. Maybe they're just spraying a coating of the powders onto an ingot.
That's the way that, because Artisan Cutlery actually came out on their website and said that they got the information wrong. They thought it was, but in actuality, it's an ingot, like some kind of base metal that then has.
That's their steel.
How do you not know that?
Steel.
Right.
Either one of two things: either they lied,
or the person,
or the Chinese production procedure is so secretive because it's bullshit that there was no way for them to know. I don't know which.
Well, we know it's bullshit because all you have to do is look. You can go to AliExpress or Temu and you can get a good product or two, but a lot of them are absolute shit. You can read the reviews. So we know a lot of it's just putting lipstick on a pig. In some of those products, I'm not talking about knives. I'm talking about toys and some of that other stuff that comes from China.
The other thing to think about too is just because they say it's theirs doesn't mean necessarily it's theirs. But as a business, that's either incompetence or ignorance. One of the two. You can't put it on anything else. It's your company.
Right. You're not managing your business because you should know, or you're lying because you do know.
Or dishonesty. That is definitely a.
Congratulations, Jeffrey. I've never owned one, but I handled Ethan Ruins when he bought it at Blade Show, and it's an awesome little hand. I was just reading fucking Eggs's comment. It's an awesome little knife.
Crispy, you want me to send mine to you? To check out?
See if it fits. I bet Crispy'd love that.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting blown up about this shit.
About it, the news?
Yeah.
Are people apologizing to you, hopefully?
No, nobody's going to do that.
Nobody's going to reach out that went against you. Yeah, they might. You'd be surprised. I think.
And here's the thing. I'm not saying anything bad about Cole. But Cole has known me long enough to know how stupid an idea it is to publicly argue with me on his live stream. He knew better.
Yeah.
He's probably researching it himself right now, but he was not. Cole's too smart for that.
Well, he knew it was not going to. He knew he was not going to shut you up unless Ian put you in timeout.
Right.
Or banned you.
Yeah. You could definitely, Kyle, am I lying? Could you not feel the anxiety in there?
Yeah, there was tension at first when he's like, "What, really?"
Yeah.
Please text me next time y'all break news like that, because I didn't find out till late this afternoon. I would go in. I would have been just a little fly on the wall.
I remember who it was that sent it to me now. Oh, it was Jeffrey Dawson. Jeffrey Dawson sent it. I hadn't seen it. He sent it to me, and I don't think you'll mind. So I'll read what Jeffrey Dawson said.
Kyle Christie wants to touch one for sure. He put in the chat.
Jeffrey Dawson has sent me 2 of the most heartwarming Instagram messages I've ever received. This is what he said.
All right, I will, Crispy.
Shit. I got to get a new phone, guys.
Jeffrey Dawson's awesome.
He said, I don't know if you saw this or not, but it's someone in the knife industry saying the same. Someone, he didn't even know who Eric Lesser was, apparently. Said someone in the knife industry saying the same things you've been saying for a while now. Next time someone talks shit about you, you can direct them to this video. If they don't want to believe you, oh, yes, it is. Then maybe they'll believe Eric Lesser. Yeah.
I love that, dude. Yeah. I love that. I mean, I love when.
Did I tell you about the critique?
Come out.
Did you hear the critique he made on the knife I sold him?
No.
They're just the best critique of all time. I'll read it right quick. It won't take a minute. Knife arrived today, and I got to say, I'm impressed. You've not been doing this too long, and you've got room to grow and improve, but this is a damn solid knife. As always, Kyle turned it into a flipping razor, but your work is really good. The handle is just a little small in my hand, but thanks to the grooves, it's damn near impossible for it to slip from the hand. The height of the handle makes it a little uncomfortable, though, especially if I switch to more of a pinch grip. One thing you might consider, hitting the spine with a Scotch-Brite belt just to soften them a touch.
Great constructive criticism.
Yeah, the plunge is a little asymmetrical, but that's just me being a picky SOB. The more you do, the better you'll get, and it's really not that bad for now. Fantastic job on the grinds, though. The blade looks fantastic. You've got the geometry dialed in. Needless to say, I'm impressed, Shane, and I really feel like you've given me a damn good value, and it's much appreciated.
That's awesome, dude.
It is. He had like 5 complaints about that.
But he was telling you what he would do differently, you know. But he ended it with this a fine damn knife.
Right.
And Shane, you've been doing this for people for less than a year, haven't you?
Yeah, 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
you son of a bitch! You still owe me for that.
The knives I made before that, John, I didn't give a shit about what they looked. They were just cutting tools I made for myself or a buddy.
Yeah.
The word refinement had never even crossed my mind.
No, what you're doing now is
Yeah, but my refinement still needs a lot of work, guys.
well, you might say it needs work,
Yeah.
but it's very good for what it is, and it will only improve because you're going to be doing it more. If you don't burn yourself out, which I won't let you do that, I'll come to work for you for free just to tell people to shut the fuck up and sit down in the corner till they get their knife.
Yeah.
If that ever becomes a problem.
I have had a series of unfortunate setbacks. For those of you who don't know, my best friend since kindergarten, I'd be shocked if he's alive at the minute. I left his house a couple hours ago, and he's probably not going to make it through the night. So that's had me a little sidetracked. And then the cold weather kept me from being able to go in the shop. And in all honesty, that started a little bit of spiral into a little bit of a depression because I wasn't able to do anything. It took me a few days to kick my ass out of that. And, then before that, there was some delays on heat treat. But hopefully, man, all I really want is 2 or 3 months and nothing to go wrong so I can concentrate on what I'm doing.
Shane, I'll say this, and I've told you this before, but the only thing I've ever wanted for you is just progress. And you've shown that every single batch of knives you've done is consistently get better. So regardless of where you're at now, it's where you're going to get to. So I'm extremely proud of you for what you've accomplished so far.
I appreciate it.
But you son of a bitch, on Dawson's knife, you sent me that thick ass knife without a bevel on it, and I had to cut that in by hand on that hard ass M4. I will drive down to Alabama and slap the shit out of you if you do that again.
Yeah, that M4 was like 66 HRC. It was fucking hard, man.
That took me like 2 hours on the first stone.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't make that mistake again. I promise. And on the other hand, I'm proud of that. I'm proud that it was that hard. But
it was great.
That's the other reason I wanted to jump on here, though, because again, I actually had somebody comment and ask nobody from in here, but they ask. I can't remember exactly how they worded it, but they pretty much put it like this: that it was embarrassing that a knife maker would let somebody else sharpen his knives. And Kyle will admit this too. Me sending Kyle my knives sharpen. Yeah, they said that. It's nobody we know. Me sending Kyle my knives to sharpen and him ship them off, it's a logistic pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass for me. It's a pain in the ass for Kyle. But because I know that I lack some refinement, I wanted to be able to offer something that not everybody else does. And that thing that I wanted to be able to offer is when you get my knife, I want you to think, man, it's the fucking sharpest fixed blade I've ever unpackaged. And I accomplished that because Kyle's so fucking good at what he does. So that's why yes, I could sharpen the knife. There's no doubt about that. But I don't even sharpen my own anymore because there's levels to this shit. I can sharpen my knife,
make it cut,
and compare it to something Kyle has sharpened for me. It's not even the same ballpark.
And I would not have known that until I got that chickadee and cut with it and realized the difference of what a real sharpening job was over what I thought I was getting good edges on.
Yeah.
Sharpening's a skill.
Yeah.
It is a
and I don't have it. I sharpened this today because a buddy of mine.
They're going to make me tear up.
A buddy of mine found it in the parking lot. And it was all nicked up on the edge. So I sharpened it for him. And it's sharp. It'll cut paper. It'll shave hair. But is it the same as what it would have been if I'd sent it to Kyle? No. But this is a local buddy. I ain't got time for all that. So, yeah, there's levels to this shit.
I'm reading it, Spawn.
Okay. I figured you were ahead of me, dude. I'm just putting them up and everybody.
Yeah, I'm reading them.
Ed's got one for Shane.
Shane was out here.
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely, Bless. Sorry to hear about your friend Shane.
Yeah, man, I really appreciate that, dude. And I'm in a very y'all got to quit because I'm in a very emotional state. I spent 4 hours squalling my eyeballs out yesterday, so I don't know how much more of that I can take.
Well, you're here.
Yeah, that BFCK
you're being open about
awesome, Stevie.
And you know we love you, bro.
I appreciate that, man. I broke down in tears talking to Stevie on the phone earlier too, man.
Cheeto, shut
And
up.
I know there's a lot of people who aren't brought to tears easily, and I honestly feel bad for people who don't experience extreme emotions because,
They're cathartic, dude. A good cry is
Crying is therapeutic.
Yeah, and there's and I think it's also a level of relationships. There's guys that I wouldn't want to break down crying while talking to on the phone, but Stevie and a handful of others, I love them that much that I don't care. I don't care if they hear me. I think I made Stevie cry too, just to take some of the embarrassment off me.
I mean, if you guys want to get into a real state right now, like I never knew Jason Brown.
Yeah.
I never met him. I only talked to him online. When I found out that he died and how he died, like I literally broke down in tears at work. I had to leave work that day. And I've never met the guy.
Right.
Yeah, that's the kind of guy, but he always greeted you every time you came to a chat. You felt like you knew him. And I was in the Houston airport when Shane called me, and I didn't believe it. I think it came real to me during the service.
Oh, I cursed Maddie. When Maddie messaged me and told me, I cursed him for, that's not fucking funny. You don't joke like that. I was that upset.
Because you didn't believe it. You didn't want to believe it.
Know why I still maintain a friendship with Cole Coomer. Of all the disagreements we've had. But in all honesty, even though his mods were assholes to me, Cole finally did ball up and straighten them out and had my back. But I called Cole to tell him about Jason, and myself and Cole and Kara on the phone cried together for 15 minutes. And no matter what Cole does that I disagree with,
you shared that moment.
We share that moment, and there's a connection. And unless he does something, so immoral that I'll never speak to him again, I don't know. I can't give up on him.
No.
I find that hard to believe, Luke.
Yeah, Luke didn't even cry coming out of the womb.
I find that very hard to believe.
He slid out and chose violence immediately.
I'm a psych major. I find that hard to believe.
Stevie's disputing you and your recollection of the conversation.
Sorry, Stevie. And so, of all the smart asses on the internet, I posted a screenshot of the thumbnail of that Eric Lesser video. And fucking Pocket Metal comments this. Didn't say shit about the video or the subject, anything. He just said,
I hope you said you're a bitch.
No. Maybe he texted to me. Hang on.
Eggs. No, my mom said that about Shane.
His mom did say that about me. And I think
It is totally natural, dude. Losses. I've cried over pets. I
would tell the details, but there's no way I could do it without squalling again, so I'm not gonna. Maybe in a few days I'll give you the details as to why it was even more traumatic than I thought it would be. Anyway, Pocket Metal said, you should charge your phone. You only have 17% left for rage posting.
Because you took a photo with the battery life in there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, bro.
Pocket Metal, man.
That is perfect.
That's just a jokester. I mean, that's what I troll people, too. I love trolling people.
Dude, I love a good troll.
What is that? How do you troll somebody?
Kyle's a master troll. Mersault's a master troll. Winchester was a master troll.
Like let's get real about this, all right? There's a difference between trolling and bullshitting people.
True.
Yeah, and you can 100% troll with zero hate.
Oh, absolutely.
Some people can't, but as long as there's no hate involved, man, troll me all you want to.
Yeah, as long as you're not lying, manipulating, or like trying to get something out of a situation in some way, shape, or form using an ulterior motive.
Tell you what feels really good, Ed.
I'm okay with it.
Now that the vertical lives are a thing, you go in there and do those. There's always trolls show up.
Mm-hmm.
And
except
what I
you
really
read them.
love is when I because I'm typically grinding when I do those videos, so I'm not able to look at chat. And then I go back and scroll back to chat, and I'll see a troll come in and talk shit, and my boys just fucking dogpile on me.
Amen, bro.
I'm gonna have to go in there and troll
I
now.
had to defend myself.
I'm gonna have to troll now.
Shane,
I do
except
that
when
in
you read
Stevie's
dumbass
sometimes, and
names,
Stevie's
when I
always
delete
like,
them.
we don't put people in timeout, but there have been a couple of people, and it always says, Javon timed out such and such. No, it's what it is, and that's one of the reasons. It's not because I don't appreciate comments. I don't get in the comments because I'm not one that gets the feels from what other people say about me or what their perception of me is, because I've gotten to that age in life where I'm me and I'm
Who cares?
not necessarily comfortable in my skin, but who cares? I can't change it.
Yeah, who cares?
So I kind of look at it as just if certain people, and I won't name names, but certain people can hear something and they get the feels to where they have to get very defensive.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way anymore. I can just kind of walk through it.
Oh, I've made you mad twice that I know of.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying I don't get passionate. I wouldn't say mad.
Yeah, I know, man.
But I don't get the feels. When I say get the feels, I mean like somebody says something to you, and I won't use KC as an example, but somebody that might not have the thickness of skin and then goes, scorched earth or goes all upset, or who knows, you just never know. That's why you got to say boot, scoot, and goofing.
That's when I was that was the day that I lost all respect, was the day he got all butthurt and whiny because Winchester was picking on him.
I was in there.
I can't even go live without people coming over and still comments and shit picking on me.
And he's probably younger than me, but not by a lot.
It'd be different if Winchester had never been there before.
Who cares his age?
I don't think Winchester has ever typed a serious comment even once in the 5 years I've known him.
No. And I just mean maturity level, Kyle. I can see, and I'm not excusing it, I don't think it's any more acceptable, but I can see younger people not having the life experience to be able to
I'll give you that. But, I mean, I've been prescribed a heavy dose of fuck it all, so just let them say whatever they want. Who cares?
I think I was like, it was about 3 years after my divorce. Yeah, I was 51 when it just dawned on me that fuck it, I'm good enough for what I'm doing. I'm better than I was yesterday, or at least I'm living that illusion that I'm better than I was yesterday. Now I've gone backwards for a while, but Toyota and Tools, what's up? Recharge your AC for me.
Tell you the truth, if you were closer, I would. That was my specialty, was air conditioning. I'm really good at automotive AC. That was the first thing I got my ASC certification in.
And that's another thing that Eric said in that video that I thought was very telling. And I've always thought this, we need more than farmers, doctors, lawyers. We're not making shit anymore in a big level. I got divorced at 46. No, and I was 46. I'm trying to think how old I was when I got divorced. I don't remember, but I'll tell you what. You know why divorces are so expensive?
Why?
Because they're a fucking value, dude.
Oh yeah,
it's a goddamn value.
Dude, my meathead asked me when I got my divorce. He's like, dude, you just lost a 3-story brick home in the best neighborhood in the county. Left there with 5 vehicles in the yard. I drove off in the shittiest one out of the bunch. A boat. Every room in the house had a fucking big screen TV in it. He's like, you walked away from all. He's like, you realize you probably just lost $500,000. And I was like, I do realize that. And if you had told me 10 years ago it's what it cost, I'd have wrote you a fucking check.
Absolutely. And I was the same way, dude. I took my guitars, my clothes. I didn't want any of the furniture. I didn't want to fuck with any of that shit. I
literally left. And
Mike, I hate to hear that, but sometimes I heard 50 Cent say it best when John Stewart, Stephen Colbert asked him, "Is it true you've never been messaged or married?" And he goes, "No, I've never been a happy hostage before."
Yeah.
So
Shane?
sometimes, even though they seem totally terrible at the time, especially if kids are involved, like it was with mine, our kid, in hindsight, because I got sober after my divorce, like when I was going through my divorce, and I came to the realization that had I been sober, I probably would not have entered into that legal, godly
Binding contract in the first place.
Exactly.
Right.
But I got a beautiful child out of it, and I wouldn't wind it back for that sole reason, But
Why would you?
I wanted to, with every part of my being, hold that marriage together because I thought that's what you did. And then once it was gone, I was just like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. I was still trying to do what I was, I guess, instructed was right, which it is.
It's a
But
preconceived notion from what you learned from
You
everybody
went
else.
You went through one a couple of years ago, didn't you, Eggs?
What's up? Divorce?
Didn't you go through a divorce a couple of years ago?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it sucks at first, man. It hurts, but
it definitely hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts a lot. I mean, you want to do everything you can to keep it going because, yeah, your preconceived notion of what a family should be, what your role is ingrained in you as a child.
Exactly.
Like, hey,
Your
this
identity.
is the way that a man is supposed to act. This is the way a woman is supposed to act. This is the way a family should be.
Right.
And you want to replicate that or be that person. And unfortunately, the times have changed.
Well,
that's not how things are anymore.
Not at all.
I don't think people think about until way after the fact is everything that you sacrificed to be in that position and do the right thing and what you're supposed to do. Even you don't think about that until after the fact, because while it's happening, just that dreaded change, I mean, your whole world is different. Everything changes.
Your identity, you're no longer a husband, right? It's one of those things that I think at least my nature was, I think everybody's nature was, and I know it was, I think there's blame to go around, but I was a drug addict, alcoholic. So I'm sure I put strain on the marriage, but it happened for the right reason. It was time. It run its course, 20 years. I don't have really much contact with her. Don't have any animosity towards her, but just I moved on. And I dated for like 4 years a chick who was basically, I've come to the conclusion, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I'm not.
If you had the thought that you shouldn't say it, you probably should.
Yeah, but what I can say is I don't think a long-term relationship is in my future unless it's with a dog or a cat.
I mean, no, like every relationship should be a two-way street, and that's how everything should be. It's a two-way street. Everybody's responsible for contributing to that relationship.
Absolutely.
That comes with friendships, that comes with marriage, that comes with, having a relationship in general.
Did you get your dog, Eggs?
No, the dogs went with the ex-wife.
Oh my gosh.
We have a new dog though, so it's okay.
I was going to say, because I know how much you love
Yeah,
them.
it's all good. It's all good.
That's as rough as losing a kid, man.
Yeah, I miss my dogs, but it's okay. She needs emotional support animals, so it's not.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like we ended things amicably, so I mean, I still talk to her occasionally. So I mean,
it's
I want her to be happy. That's what you should be striving for and wanting in life is. Like, you need to be comfortable with yourself, happy with yourself. And like, that's what it becomes, or what it comes down to is like, are you happy with yourself? Are you doing what you want to do? Are you happy as a person?
And so much of what I think's lost, or if you get into a marriage for better, for worse, part of that responsibility.
Ed.
Who's?
Just Ed, ED, Ed. He is 100% correct.
I went to my marriage with a prenuptial agreement, and I honestly think that everybody should, because I'll put it this way, not for the greedy reasons of a prenuptial agreement, but God forbid that one of you dies, the other one inherits the death or like all of their debt. So a prenuptial agreement is not just, oh, I want to keep my money and you keep your money. It's,
I
hey,
want to protect you.
I don't
from
want to
death.
pass my shit off to you.
I didn't know that. I had no idea that was.
Hey, Egg,
Oh,
that's a great way to-
all of that does happen. If you
And if that's
go
not
into a
even
marriage
true,
without
that's a great way to sell a prenup.
I knew it.
It
I
is.
knew it
I
did
mean,
normally,
I'm dead
but I
serious.
didn't know a prenup. I didn't know a prenup would prevent that.
I didn't either.
It does. So like so the reason
up,
that we
Lord
got it
Needham?
was because of college debt.
Yeah.
Like, not to go too much into detail, but like my wife at the time had a lot of college debt, and if she would have died, that debt would have fallen onto me because I would have inherited all of that. Yeah. You literally inherit that. Like,
well, guys, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a little bit drained. John, I appreciate everything you said. And you posting that video. You've never owed me an apology, but
No, but I do. I
appreciate you
was,
putting it out there. But yeah, I think I'm gonna hit set. I still got a rough couple of days ahead of me. Yeah, I got
call
that.
me to talk whenever you need to, dude, and get some rest and know that we're all sending you love and positive thoughts. We all
You
care
call me
about
too,
you.
Shane, man. I love you, man. I'm always here.
Too, I appreciate
Message
y'all.
me. I'm here.
And I'll see y'all at the very latest, Friday? Everybody's live again Friday. See ya.
Night,
see you
bud.
guys.
All right, bud. Take care, Shane. Love you, dude.
So he's finally gone. I can talk now.
Absolutely, dude.
I am going to hop off here too, buddy, because I got to finish this knife up, and I'm tired of muting it so that way it's not being loud. But I'll be listening.
Hey, thanks for jumping in, buddy. I
Have a
hope
good night,
you're feeling better. I'll see you
Thanks.
Friday.
All right,
Yeah, feel better.
Later. Oh, nothing, Zach. What we were talking about, the thing that he's dealing with is his best friend from kindergarten, who he's still. I mean, they've been best friends up till today. He went and saw him. Is at the last stages of very aggressive cancer.
Yeah, he's not doing too good.
Yeah, so
He said he might not make it through the night.
yeah, that's why we're all pulling for Shane. Hospice is involved. He's back home.
Yes,
But were you here, Zach, when we were talking about the Knife Center video that we watched early on? I didn't know about it till late this afternoon, where Eric Glacier is talking about the Crucible situation. Yeah, keep him in your prayers, buddy.
Yeah, definitely.
And say a prayer for Meathead. I'm going to share this again. If any of y'all haven't seen it, do go check it out, because it is a good video, and I just kind of skimmed through it. But again, what struck me, I think, as much as anything, is the fact that Eric was talking about it like it was just common knowledge. And I've heard people, swear, including me, that wasn't the case. Because I'd heard from people that it wasn't the case. So there's that. But I'm going to share this video. We won't watch it again.
Fucking bless. How can I spread my debt to ex-girlfriends?
That would
not how
be
that
fun.
works. It's not how that works, bless.
And I actually got out of mine. My ex was not. It didn't. It was just. It was one of those things. You gotta deal with uncomfortable shit.
Yeah.
And it's hard to keep your feelings out of it, because you're feeling like you're getting screwed. And I'm sure both parties feel the same way.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends on the situation and what happened.
Right.
For the most part. But yeah.
But what my point is when we get married, I forgot to finish my thought, is people keep growing, right? So I'm going to grow a path. My wife's going to grow a path. The key that at least broke down in our marriage, because we focused too much on just being parents, was that communication about what the other one was feeling, was needing, was doing. And I think communication is a big part of it. That doesn't fix everything. I think some people are just not meant for the long haul, they're looking for different things, and life's short, right? You have different epiphanies through life, and communication is key, because at least if you're communicating like you should be, you'll kind of know together, and you can maybe
Communication is very key.
demerge it more peacefully.
Yeah. I mean, that comes to every relationship, friendships, whatever it may be. Like, communication is key.
It is
Like,
key.
you need
right.
to be able to communicate what you want out of the relationship, whether that's just friendship, whatever.
Absolutely.
And if your needs are not being met, or if you have ulterior motives, you need to express those, because otherwise you might hurt that person's feelings.
Absolutely.
And just because you express those ulterior motives doesn't mean you're necessarily going to hurt that person's feelings. Like, they might appreciate you for being open and honest with them.
Jeffrey.
You know,
That's funny.
I don't know. I'm a very open and honest guy. So, like, I'll put it this way. We were at a Texas Roadhouse the other night. Our server forgot to put in the order, but that server came back around and told us, hey, you know what? I fucked up. I forgot to put your order in. That's why it's been like 45 minutes and you haven't gotten food. I tipped that server $25 because it's like, hey, or not $25, but 25%, because it's like, hey, I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the whole thing. Everybody's going to make a mistake. Everybody's going to have. It's just, if you own up to it, instead of trying to cover it up, that to me shows a lot of accountability, and it shows a lot of humility. Right?
You didn't.
Plus, right
humility, openness, honesty. Like, you didn't try to blame somebody else for your mistake. You came to me and said, hey, I fucked up.
Yeah, the reason
like,
you're
you know what?
away,
I appreciate that. And I pulled her aside later in the night, and I was like, hey, I honestly appreciate your honesty. And I was like, I hope
and
you
good
enjoy
for
your
you,
tip.
because that reinforces, even though her moral compass probably is dialed into that, but that just shows her that that's a good way to be. Was she younger? I'm assuming she was.
Yeah, she was a younger girl.
And that's rare, I think. I think the younger generations don't, and I'm just talking from
experience.
My daughter, who I love, and their friends, they're just not as dialed into stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm guilty of it too. Like, we all want in life to place the blame on others, or like negate any responsibility in the part we played in the situation. But it's like, we all played a part.
If you wanted to be a real hero,
own that?
I agree with Ouchie, except I wouldn't go to Yelp. I would go to their Google My Business and leave a review there, not naming it, but just. And if you leave that Google review with like 5 stars and say what really did it for me, the food was great, but the honesty of the staff.
I actually should do that. And thank you for that suggestion. My phone's used as a camera right now, so I can't do that. But I guess
no. And mine is too, and not a very good one. I've got it off screen though.
I might do that right now, actually.
And we do. I mean, to be 10 toes down is a blessing, right? And we don't always think about that. At least I don't. A lot of times I look at it as a freaking struggle. I fight with depression here and there. And, right now, because I'm kind of spinning and not having a career that I had for a better part of 12, 13 years, kind of deciding what I'm going to do next. You lose a little sense of self. I hear you, Donnie.
I think I lagged. You were dealing with depression and?
No. I just say I deal with depression and shit like that sometimes. So, it's not. I run through those gamuts of right now, since for the last 10 years, I basically ran the state of Alabama digital marketing for Spectrum Reach, and had like 5 offices, 30 so account executives, and we managed like a $4.5 million budget. And towards the end of last year, the enterprise just eliminated that tier of management. So about 125 of us were just, I guess you'd call, what do you call it when they're not needed anymore? It's like you're done, and severance and all that. And so I made the mistake. Yeah, exactly. So I made the mistake of not jumping right back into it because I had a severance and I was just figured I'd just focus on my YouTube channel and maybe do some consulting and maybe get back into it. But I'm 57 and I'm not looking to get back into necessarily a corporate structure anymore. Because I was traveling 3 days a week, driving around the state of Alabama. It was a grind. It was a blessing. I enjoyed it. I would definitely trade it, right, for what I'm doing now, which is nothing. But I've just got to. I have been slow to refire. The reason I have not landed a job is I've not even looked for a job.
Corporate environments can be very stressful and
the bigger they
not
are,
the
dude,
most conducive places.
no, and the last one, I've worked in several big corporate environments, but I learned early on, and mainly in this last one, that they demand and expect loyalty.
The expectations are unreasonable
They're always
and
unreasonable.
outlandish.
The goalpost moves it's nuts.
Yeah. I don't agree with a lot of corporate structure, but at the end of the day, that's where a lot of companies want to go. And I don't know, maybe finding something more like smaller, more not mainstream might be something like,
Ouch,
hey,
that's
let me
great,
help you
dude.
grow.
That's resourceful too. See, my thing is, I don't have the skill sets I have are more strategic. I'm not handy. I can't fix things. I can't do
But
jobs. I wish I could.
you were doing marketing for big corporations though.
Yeah,
So
so
you can market local businesses,
yeah, and that's
offer
what
your services and be like, hey, like, I'm not going to charge you an arm. Like, you're not going to have the same lifestyle per se, but I bet you'll feel better about yourself.
yeah,
In
and I don't
general,
need the
like,
same.
hey,
I'm not trying to replace the lifestyle because I've learned that I can live off so much less, and be happy with so much less because I don't have a lot of expenses or anything like that. But when I look at the just I think a lot of it was not really sure which direction I wanted to go into, right? So what I did is I'm technically part of the Pop Advertising, an agency out of Montgomery. I have been reluctant to go out and re-engage my clients. I've got a huge network here. I think it's kind of a little bit of like depression because I go to a psychiatrist and I've talked to them about it, but I think it's a little depression that was kind of brought on. I always have kind of undercurrent depression, nothing serious, but that so much of that was my with ADHD because I was diagnosed when I started that job. I went through my divorce when I started that job. And so that was kind of my identity for 10 years, right? I mean, it was what I lived for and kind of how I guess reinvented myself maybe, which I really didn't reinvent myself because I'd been marketing before my whole life. But that was kind of it was more than losing a job. It's just kind of like losing purpose in a way, because I feel like I know I've got the knowledge and the skills to do it, but the drive is just not there right now. I don't feel it. I need to feel it. I wish I had a 0-turn mower. I'd just go landscape and chill. Because I did landscape for years.
You also can't let things like depression, anxiety, or ADHD define you as a person, though, either.
Not at all. Not at all. And to be honest with you, I was I was an active addict for years and years and years and years and years.
Same.
And that's how I guess treated what I didn't know I had because I wasn't diagnosed until I was 46. When I was going through to marriage counseling, that's when my psychologist thought that was one of the things I was struggling with. And they also got me in AA, which was a gift. But it's just, I don't let it define me. To me, I was relieved to get the diagnosis because I think unless you've gone from always medicating yourself to sobriety, the sobriety brings on a whole nother set of challenges because you're dealing with shit that you hadn't really had to feel before or deal with. So it's just
that's our way of coping with things that we don't know how to deal with.
That's right. And it's effective.
Yeah,
It
absolutely. It's
really
self-medication.
exactly.
Yeah, completely understand. That's how we function in life. It's like, hey, I don't know how to deal with this situation. I'm going to numb myself. And for most people, that's how they function. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, I just want to numb that feeling because I don't want to experience it. But at the end of the day, it's like you need to experience that because you need to learn how to deal with it
You
and
need to learn how to
go
overcome it
through it.
or
Yeah.
how to deal with it and process it and not let it stay recessive trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Ouchie, the
of that.
thing is, I think in the olden days when I was a kid, people would get a job and keep it for life and then retire from that job. A lot would. I don't think that's reality anymore.
No.
I think you can expect to have several careers during your life. It doesn't make it easier when it changes. Because again, it just for me, because I've got, I guess you call people pleasing, self worth issues, whatever.
Addict.
Exactly. Basic addict behavior. Yeah. So for me, it's kind of like I took it more personally than I should have. Yeah, it was a way to show profit on a balance sheet, right? But I took it personally because I felt like I'd always done so much more than I was ever asked to do because I was at a grade, I was commissioned, right? So I was trying to overachieve. But that was helping the company. So, and the other thing that was kind of shady is to get our, and I'm sure this is common, but to get our severance, we all had to sign a thing saying that we wouldn't, pursue anything down the road, which is fine. But I've learned some stuff since that whole thing happened about the people and their ages that were not moved into other positions. It was odd.
That I don't agree
That's
with.
exactly right, Richard. And I'll tell you what you can do. You can go from hero to zero with things that are happening that have nothing to do with your control, with just market conditions. Because once they set the budget and that goes to a budget for shareholders, they don't care what the reality is. They're just judging who's hitting their budget. You can hit your budget, overachieve it 6 years in a row, and it's not a conducive existence for people like me. I think when I was younger, I was kind of into that. I'm not proud of it, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the pace. You get over that shit.
When
And
it
then you get
comes,
screwed over so many times from so many different situations that you're just kind of like, and it's not that I'm getting screwed over because I'm me. It's just because that's how big business works. Crispy, that's awesome, dude. And that's the way it should be. And I've got a friend I went to high school with who's been at the same company since he graduated college. Now, they're a defense contractor here in North Alabama, which college algebra held me back from all that because I almost didn't even graduate college because of college algebra. But that kept me out of business and out of IT and all those other emerging fields that I could have done something probably more stable. Anytime you're in sales and marketing for a big company and industries are changing as fast as they are, because that's something that was a big reality is cable TV is losing share every year. You've got streaming services, you've got YouTube, you've got, people are
everything's
turning away
adapting.
from mainstream media on both sides because they're looking for, longer form content, longer form discussions.
Everything's
And
adapting.
yeah, and it happens kind of quick, and I'm sure that takes them off guard, and they're looking at their subscription base going down. Ouchie, and there's a lot to be said for that, to be like a journeyman worker, because you're not going to get bored. You're kind of in control of what you're doing. If you've been able to do that, I wouldn't want to change a thing. I would love to be able to merge myself into something different.
When it comes to work, you need to find something you're passionate about, something that interests you, that keeps you engaged. Like
Exactly. There's a
your
lot.
coworkers and the people that you work with will only keep you engaged for so long.
Right.
If you're not passionate and love what you do, then that's
Yeah.
what's going to happen. Like me, I have a pretty high turnover rate. Like me, it's usually 2.5, 3 years, and I get sick of doing something. But I like to learn a different skill every single time that I try a new job.
Right. Well, you're also expanding your education and everything else. So
Oh, yeah,
you're on,
absolutely.
so you're that's normal. And if you get bored with something or you lose frustration with it or get frustration with it, it's not a pleasurable situation to be in, and you're probably going to be better served to do something different.
Yeah, your happiness should always come first. Like, end of the day, your happiness is all that matters. If you are waking up miserable every single day, like you are dreading going to work, why do
Your
it?
Sundays are a nightmare for you. Half your Sunday's ruined, or your last day of vacation's ruined because you know you're going back to it. I've had so many years like that, and willingly stayed in those jobs because they were lucrative.
Yeah, don't let money be the driving factor of things. Like your
Right.
happiness, your own depression, your own anxiety levels, those are what matters because
And those
that's
are
what
what's going to
affects your
kill you.
overall health.
I wish I'd learned that earlier in life. I've
Mhm.
come to realize that now. But it's just something that at the time I was kind of a slave to my, I guess, purchasing decisions, buying a house, having a kid,
Mhm.
having her go to stuff that I kind of put us in where I had that responsibility in my mind. Plus, I was an addict who was diverting a shitload of money to pills, so I had to be that much more effective at my job to continue to keep everything rolling.
Yeah, you got to support your habit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
It was a hinderer every other day, dude, with
Yeah.
scales.
It doesn't matter what your habit is. A habit's a habit.
No, but mine, I could have been buying a hinderer with a Thai scale every other day. That's how many I was eating.
Yeah. And that'll
And
definitely
nobody
happen.
knew. I mean, in my family, it was, I only had a family of 3, including me, but they didn't know unless I was getting sick.
Yeah, we're master manipulators.
It's horrible, dude. It's horrible. And see, I've
Oh,
always
yeah.
been like, as a kid, I'd never stole a candy bar. I was always, I chopped down that cherry tree. I'm sorry. I was that guy. And then when you become an addict, you're just kind of
Everything
forced
changes.
into everything's just dishonest because you're not living your reality or you're not presenting your reality.
You're not presenting your true self anymore.
Nope.
Like you are masking your true self with drugs and alcohol.
Well, that was my only driving factor when it came down at the end of the day. I mean, that was it. Richard, I need you to talk to my daughter. She just graduated. I've tried to get her to talk to Pocket Metal. She graduated from Middle Tennessee State last year in graphic design. She's super talented. I mean, super talented. And she's working as a waitress in Nashville. And she had an internship her junior year that they were mean to her. And I think she's just a little shell shocked. I said, all you need to do is get into it for a little while to get some knowledge and then do it on your own. Because she
What it comes
loves to
down to in most
draw.
jobs.
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, I'm like, I know you like people, but waiting tables has got to be harder than passionately drawing. I mean,
And a lot of what it comes down to is being able to sell yourself. Like a lot of people, when it comes down to work, is they stress and balk interviews.
Yeah,
And
because
it's like, dude, just sell yourself.
Exactly.
Like, expand on your knowledge. Let them know what you're going to bring, and show them that you are the person they want.
Yeah, and do it confidently. Don't waver.
Yeah, it's all confidence. It's all it is. All
Absolutely.
confidence.
Absolutely. And I think for her, and not just her, but people in that generation have kind of grown up in a different reality. I mean, I can't imagine having social media my whole life.
Internet wasn't even really a thing. Like,
no, well, I mean,
you're older than I am, but
yeah, but my senior year in college, my roommate got his first Gateway computer. And I'll never forget, I had a final in English that was like a 40-page book analysis or some shit. And I lost that whole document when I had about 10 pages. I had it written out, but I was the type that would write it, and I had to go in and put it on the computer. But I was dating my ex-wife when I got AOL and would connect at 2400.
Dial up.
Dude, I can remember downloading my first naked
remembers
lady picture.
Dial up.
And it just, you sit there and the head would start, and then you see the neck, and you'd just be waiting to see some titties, and it would take like 4 minutes.
At least 4 minutes. Oh God.
Ouchie, and that's could be the perfect match, because you will find something that you like more, and if you can work conditions, time, hours from home, whatever the case may be, and it suits your behavior, you'll want to stay there more because you're getting something out of it. You're enjoying it. And a lot of it, when you're looking for a career, I went to school for one thing. I guess I do use English and psychology because I sell stuff and I have to write contracts, but
And you have to understand people.
yeah, I have to understand people to some extent. But it's, you have to try a lot of different things before you settle into what's right. You know, my point was I went to school thinking I was going to go to law school and be a lawyer like my dad, and realized with the help of psychedelics, not only did I not want to hunt, but I didn't want to be a lawyer. I respect my dad. He was a great lawyer. He, chose his path, but that wasn't I don't think I could have probably been a very successful lawyer, but I would have sold my soul in the process. And I think lawyers have to lie to some extent all the time. And I don't sleep well if I've got shit that's not great in my...
Articulating is something I could never do. I couldn't be a car salesman. I couldn't be a lawyer. Like,
my first paying job in college was a musician. I played music in college and I'd get paid for it, but that was just walking around money. My first real job when I moved to Colorado, I went to a Honda dealership and got into car sales. And I did it for I was in sales for about 4 years, moved to Tennessee. This is where I met my ex-wife, and was still in car sales, but then got into the finance department where people go to do your paperwork, moved back to Huntsville where I am now, and was in the car business for about 2 years. I was doing fleet where you sell to businesses like police cruisers and things like that. And I sold to a home builder, and the business manager at the time didn't figure sales tax on it. And since he was a business owner, I had to take his 26F Jeep Grand Cherokee, that was the trim level, to deliver it at his office. And when I brought him the contract, I had to bump him for the sales tax. It was about $1,875. And I knew that going in, and he wasn't going to pay it because we'd quoted him a lower price. And I said, I understand it was a mistake. And he knows the general manager. He bought all his cars from him. And builders, like everybody else, they're negotiating. And I said, I can't leave the Jeep, Lewis. And so we literally sat at his desk for like an hour. It was the longest hour of my life of just kind of looking at each other, neither one of us talking. And he said, I told you, I'm not going to pay that $1,800. And I said, well, I'm going to go back with the Jeep and just let Mike know, Mike Jeffers, who is a GSM, and he'll call you. Maybe you guys can work it out, but I can't do anything. It's going to the government. It's not profit. You're already buying it, at invoice, less holdback. I always felt like when I sold cars, I wasn't ever trying to get over on somebody, because if I couldn't get the price down low enough, and at the time I wasn't buying cars because I was young, so I just kind of saw it as a service. But what happened with Lewis, the builder, is he said, all right, damn it. And he said, I remember her name, Terry, bring me the checkbook. And she brought that big check ledger, and he wrote to Madison Square Chrysler, they're not in business anymore, the check, and kind of threw it to me. And I said, well, let me go out and show you how to work the Jeep, go deliver it to you. He goes, I don't need to see that. I know how to work a Jeep. And he was just an asshole. So I had like a 5-minute drive back to the dealership because he was right down the street. And I get back, and this is when you had a phone sitting on your desk. And if you had a message, this little thing would blink on it. And so my desk had a little blinking message on it. So I go over there, and it's fucking Lewis Breland. The guy had just left 5 minutes later. And he said, I need you to call me as soon as you get this. And so I walked around the dealership for about 10 minutes going, God, I don't even want to deal with this. I called him up and he says, I want you to come work for me. He wants you to sell houses. He goes, your commissions will be higher. So I got into real estate, selling new houses, and then got into real estate selling resales too. But he said that he had sworn he was not going to pay me. He said, but I just sat there emotionless. And he said the silence was too awkward. And they always told me in sales school that once you've presented your strategy, answered any questions about, the value that you're providing, you got to shut up and just let the other person
let it ruminate.
Exactly.
Yep.
And he said he just ran out of stuff to say. And I did well selling houses. I didn't like that either. I did like the marketing. I liked because when I did the digital ads, mainly I was in analytics and I was in like Google Trends. I was looking at things that would help a business get traffic to their site, and it was measurable because I would have access to their Google Analytics. I could go in every month, take their Google Analytics and take our platform showing what we delivered and show them in their Google Analytics our UTM codes, which shows that this source, Spectrum Reach, brought this customer to your website and they converted or whatever. So to me, it was a very helpful thing. I literally believe that knife industry is tough, or PPUs, because Google won't let you do any AdWords, but I think paid search is almost all you need. And I think everybody needs it if you've got a business. And people are like, Google Ads is crazy. It's really not.
No. It all makes sense.
It does, because that's where people, you can put a commercial out there that runs every week for a tow truck service. But when I have a blowout, typically I'm Googling it.
Yep.
I'm looking for the one closest to me. And it makes a difference. That's why I think in the old days, in the yellow pages, you see AAA towing or AAA air conditioning. And those were the ones that would usually get the most calls because they were the first one people would open and look at.
Yeah. Everything on Google is like your first search will be highest paid.
Zach, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
The wildest thing to me, Zach, are the type of people that I worked with. Because I worked in a dealership in Boulder, 2 dealerships in Jackson, and 2 dealerships over the time in Huntsville. And in every dealership, there were so many. I was a user, but I wasn't an addict at the time. But
I was about to go there. I was about to ask about all that.
Dude, we would, on Saturdays, you'd go up to the tower, get a deal done. If you close the deal, they'd tell you go back to the bathroom, stall number 3. And you'd go back there and yep, exactly. It was just,
I was curious if that's when your addiction started.
I started much earlier than that. Cause I had my first drink when I was like 8 or 9. My grandparents were German and I didn't, get it then, but I knew when I became a young teenager, like 8th grade, I was uncomfortable in social situations, but I had a little group of neighborhood buddies and we would steal liquor from our parents and we built a fort and drink. And I learned that kind of gave me a personality. So all through high school, I drank a lot and smoked a lot. And then I experimented with everything else. But then in college, I kind of got into high gear. So when I was in the car business, I was just wanting to sell a car so I could go get a line and I didn't have to go into my own pocket.
But did it become unmanageable?
No, it didn't become it became unmanageable when it became no longer recreational. And I realized I had a monkey on my back was probably 18 years ago, 17 years ago. And that was because of the opiates. What
were you working or what were you doing then?
I was doing ad sales.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And nobody knew. I mean, I was what you would call and you hear this in AA, I never had any consequences for my addiction. And I was always a functioning addict. Now, that meant that I lied my entire life to do that. But it was, I remember, I call it the turn because, when you're coming off coke, you feel like shit. Or if you're smoking weed every day and you don't have it, you kind of miss it. But I learned when I would get physically fucking sick. And then I would get
Opiates
medicine
definitely do that.
and feel better. And I knew, okay, this is something that I'm going to have to deal with. And then I got to a point. What year was it? About 10 years ago. I knew it was no longer manageable. Because I had gotten to such a point where I had two people, good friends, both older than me, both that had chronic pain issues and went to pain management therapy. And neither one of them took their meds. They lived off them, right? Because at the time, I think I was paying $7 for a 10. And I would buy both of their scripts because they got them at different times. And I'd gotten to the point to where that wasn't getting me through. And I didn't have any more sources. And I was making money, but I was also putting extra burden on the family by this point. So I knew I couldn't go to rehab because I would have to come clean. So I just did kind of the unthinkable, but it worked. I weaned myself, got violently ill, but luckily I had a connection that sold cocaine and used that to detox because I know it's not physically addictive. As crazy as that sounds.
Actually, uppers with opiates or a downer are very useful. I did the same with speed.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things that I knew I could break loose of that, but I didn't know that I was going to be able to break loose of the other. And it was that was a horrible withdrawal, and enough to, I think, keep me from going back there. My mom and I had an interesting conversation yesterday, talking about back surgeries and things like that, and pain. And I read an essay. It was required reading. I forget who it was by, but it talked about. And this is a liberal college, but it talks about that heroin, opiates in general. Now, if you mix them with acetaminophen and stuff like that, you're dealing with toxicities levels and other things that are worse than the actual opiate. But
acetaminophen intensifies any sort of opiate.
But evidently, according to this essay, opiate use, if it's done in a clean environment and it's administered, people can live normal lives addicted, and it doesn't cause long-term organ damage. Opiates are one of the few substances that don't, what happens to your liver when they break those toxins down that causes your liver to finally go bad? Acetaminophen does it, alcohol does it. Opiates don't process through the liver the same way.
The one thing I do know about opiates is they are, how do I put this? It's something that will preserve you. It's not something that breaks down your body in any way, shape, or form. It actually stunts and retains your not only mental state, but your physical state as well.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of people even now say I look really young or I act like a child, and it's well, I did opiates for 10 years, and it stunts everything. It literally puts your body in I don't know how to put it, but a coma almost. It's just a hyperbolic state.
But I would have this fake energy too, where I felt I had this spring in my step, even though you said the shit would roll off your back. I could go out and
I got more out of opiates than I did from stimulants, and that might
they were my thing. And what's funny is I got my wisdom teeth out when I was 15. That's the first time I was ever prescribed. It was called Fiorinol. They don't make it anymore. It was a blue and yellow capsule.
Never had it. No.
And I had this would have been 1982, 83.
Before I was born.
And I think I had 20 or 30, I forget how many, but my mom was dispensing them to me, and I had all 4 wisdom teeth out, and I could only take them every 4 to 6 hours. But I remember after I took the first one, how it made me feel. And so I would harass my mom to give them to me early. Well, after those ran out, I didn't think about them for years. Well, then I had a buddy in high school who would get them from his mom because she had cancer. And so we'd take them recreationally, a couple of days during the week. So I always had access and would recreationally use them. But once I started using them daily and my dose started increasing, and the first time I got sick, and that's the other thing that people at work could tell, not when I was using, but if I was not, And that was the biggest fear for me because you feel trapped. I felt like for me to continue to be productive, I have to have this.
You had to. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And in hindsight,
you have it to function in life.
Exactly. And again, if I didn't have to get sick, I wouldn't want to take anything with the acetaminophen, because when I ended my addiction, it was narco, which were the little yellow ones that didn't have as much acetaminophen. Yep. But I would choose something like Oxy. It was just pure that.
Mm-hmm. Pure Oxy.
And if it was legal, yeah, it's a great. I think it would be a great old age drug. Put it that way. But I can't
have mixed feelings when it comes to oxycodone.
Well, the whole way it was, the only thing about the oxycodone is you don't get the acetaminophen poisoning. Yeah. I don't agree with the Scheckler family. I don't agree with
that's the part I don't agree with.
That's horrible. But the fact, like, I would almost say, I would, if it was pure, if it was good heroin, I would probably smoke heroin in old age before, I went back to the pills with all the acetaminophen in it. But unfortunately,
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Because I started on Norcos, Lorsets, Lortabs, Oxys. Like that's how I started my.
Did you start out with the surgery, or did you start out with just liking the buzz? I started out just liking the buzz.
No, like well, technically, what it originally started out with, it was my buddy had a whole bag full, like a sandwich bag full of Tylenol 3s and 4s. So which is codeine.
Which were the first
codeine and acetaminophen.
Yep. My mom used to have Tylenol 3s. I used to take those every now and then. Little round pills that were scored.
Yep. The little round ones, yeah.
Little round white pill with a score.
Yeah, we went to Palm Springs, which is an Indian reservation. If you're 18 years of age, you can go there and gamble or drink or whatever. They don't care. So that's how it all started for me, was Tylenol 3s, 4s, and then that quickly adapted into Vicodin, Lorcets, Lortabs, and then very quickly after that to Oxys, snorting, smoking.
Yeah, it's just
taking them doesn't, like, at a certain point, like you're
not taking them to get a feeling, you're taking them not to get sick.
Yeah, exactly. And it's you're trying to get that feeling again.
Yeah, and that's why you're taking more and more and more.
Yeah.
I was at the point, I don't know if you were like this, because I never smoked them. I was always just eating them. But like my alarm would go off. I would have to take 2 10s and lay there for like 45 minutes before I could even get out of bed.
Like it got to a point, like, very quickly where after 2 hours, I couldn't function without something.
No.
Like if I didn't physically ingest something, it didn't matter what it was. Like, there it goes. Opiates were like the thing, but if like 2 hours went by, I could not function in life anymore without ingesting something.
I passed the age test. Yes,
Xanax, Valium, opiates, weed, alcohol, something. I had to have something in my system.
I was the same way. And I only had Quaalude one time, and it was very, very.
Again.
Did you ever? Those were before your time.
I didn't do Quaaludes. So the list of things I haven't tried is a lot shorter. So like Quaaludes, other sort of like hallucinogenics. Like I never did mescaline, peyote. Triple C's weren't a thing. Like I didn't get into triple C's before.
What are triple
C's?
Took
them off market. The Corsedins.
Okay, I never did those. And mescaline and peyote are the same thing, by the way.
Yeah, I know. They're derived slightly differently. Yeah, yes, they have the same effect. Yes,
it is the second sketchiest psychedelic experience I had. The first was actually a legal substance called salvia. But
salvia's interesting. I never did. What was the synthetic opiate? I never did that either. Like I was never into that thing.
The
what is it called?
Not delighted. It was the one I hated was the red coated pills. My ex would always get those. Darvocets.
Did Darvocets? I got that in the hospital after I had a grand mal seizure.
They just never worked well for me. Can we argue about steals again?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, because it was something. It's something like salvia that was sold at like tobacco shops.
Oh, spice.
No, not spice. That's
Dude,
basically like
that was one of
marijuana.
yeah, well, no, it wasn't. Because I had a bad problem with that. That's the only time my mom, my ex-wife, and my dad talked to me because it changed my behavior so much. That shit, they sell it as synthetic marijuana, but as they kept outlawing those analog chemicals, they would tweak the formulas. And dude, every little bag I would get would be different. And it was freaking scary because what scared me about it is I only used a one hitter and would take like 1 or 2 little puffs and I would be looped. And I would think of the teenagers that I was seeing coming in there getting that stuff because it was legal. It was sold, over the counter. You had to be 18, but they didn't really card. And I can imagine somebody thinking it's like legal marijuana and rolling a whole joint and smoking it. Dude, that would set you off the deep end because that shit was wacky. And when you'd run out of it, you'd have like physical withdrawals. There's no telling what was in it. It's just it was a crapshoot. Yeah. But the only thing that I've never done heroin, have done opium, never done heroin, never done crack in crack form.
Done it.
I never done DMT.
Heroin.
Oh, I was never presented it. Had I been presented it, I would have aluminum foiled it in a heartbeat, I'm sure. Yeah. I would do just about anything.
Dragon.
Yeah, there was nothing that I was scared of. But when I kicked, that was about 4 months before we started going to marriage counseling. I was still drinking because, like you say, I always had to have something in my system. I felt like I'd won the war when I got off the opiates. But then I realized that I was still self-medicating every day. And when my marriage counselor just suggested that I went to AA, it was the best thing that happened to me, dude. I'm telling you, and I'm not a hokey. I don't still go. I still will help people if they reach out, but I don't, I wish that I could drink normally because I think sobriety is overrated. I liked it if I could have controlled it, but I couldn't. So that's when I learned that. And I'm not I'm California sober, if you want to call it that. As I sit here and sip on my grape and lemonade 50 milligram THC soda.
Yeah, everybody has what works for them. You know what I mean?
You got to have a little vice.
Yeah.
In Alabama, when I was able to justify it, and this is my addict brain, for those of you who aren't addicts, for those of you who are, you'll know. But my addict brain, Alabama passed medical 2 years ago. They still haven't gotten their shit together. There's nowhere to get it. They don't know what they're going to do with it. But when it was passed, I figured, well, it's medicine. And then stupid me was like, dude, medicine got you almost dead. But I also know that, and have always been, when I was in college, I was the local Auburn president my junior year of NORML, the National Organization to Reform Marijuana Laws. And I was always a big proponent. My dad and I used to argue all the time because my whole argument was, because I'd done both, alcohol is much more destructive. People fight, people crash their cars, people yell at people fall off shit. Yeah, people have bad experiences on weed, but it's not nearly the same type of aggression that comes from it. It's just a different thing. And my dad was like, no, they'll go to jail. I was like, no, and I'm not saying this to be racist. I'm saying this to be true. No, I won't go to jail probably. When you say sober, I said California sober. And I am sober, dude. For those of you. Yeah, I'm particular about what I will, if it grows in cow shit or it is a leafy weed, I am not opposed to it.
I had a lot of similar views when I was first getting sober and throughout my sobriety. Like me personally, I did CBD. I never saw an issue with it.
No, because CBD doesn't have
non-mind altering.
It has no psychoactive chemicals.
Nope. Non-mind altering.
My sponsor and I had differences in opinion, and I respect him for that because he's right. I mean, if you're gonna, I went to AA, so yes, the reason my therapist didn't want me to go to Narcotics Anonymous is he says most people that go there just find more connections.
Absolutely.
I think you need to go to AA. I went. After my first meeting, I had Angry Orchards in my mom's refrigerator because I was still living with her. We hadn't sold our house yet. And I never drank, not once, after my first AA meeting. And I was 100% sober for 4 years till Alabama passed it. And when they did, I went and talked to my sponsor, and he was like, no, you've got to be. I was like, well, first of all, I'm not supposed to mention that in here, but our chapter, you could say, I'm John, I'm an alcoholic addict or whatever. If you couldn't say addict in most cases, in most meetings in Huntsville, at least.
Most AA meetings don't like that.
So I'm 100% alcohol free. I partake in other things because he had a problem. And we had a group discussion one night because a lot of the people in AA are prescribed medicines, not narcotics, but I was prescribed ADHD medicine, which is Adderall, which some people say is
stimulant.
Yeah, it's a stimulant, but it doesn't. What's weird is it doesn't give me any kind of lift. It gives other people.
It helps steady you. It takes that hyperness out of you.
And I don't know how that works because cocaine is just the opposite.
Really,
for me.
Cocaine and meth were the same for me. Like it just mellowed me out. Everybody else was fucking going a mile a minute, fucking freaking out about things, and I'm just like, "The fuck's your problem?"
Yeah, that's interesting, and because I would always, I loved it, but I would get the sketchies, and I would get a lift from it, right? That's why I enjoyed it so much. That's why I could say I was addicted to it, but it wasn't a physical addiction. I used thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of it. Crispy, that's terrible, dude. It is. It does not pick and choose. You can look at.
It does not discriminate.
And I'm convinced. Granted, I was lucky that I was buying from two guys that were getting them from pharmacies. But had I stayed in active addiction, because I was getting ready to have to go outside of that circle, because I had to get more than I was able to get from them, it would be only a matter of time before I got fake narcotics, because I wouldn't be the type to test them. An addict's not going to use a tester. And if you test it and it says it's got fentanyl in it, what are you going to do? Get sick, or are you going to take it anyway? As an addict. So
it's still gone on my arm regardless. When I was an addict, didn't matter what the fuck it was.
Yeah, exactly. It was
needed to fill that itch.
Yeah. And I'm glad it's behind me. And I don't have and maybe it's because of my California sobriety, but I don't crave any of that stuff. And my brain doesn't tell me. For a while, for like, I guess year 4, maybe, I thought that I could drink socially. I never did. I never even had a sip, but I was close. And it was when I was dating that chick. She was kind of trying to she was not supportive in the right way, but I knew better, because the reason was that was the longest thing I'd stuck with. Time I had over 4 years. And one of my best buddies from kindergarten has 22 years. And we used to party together. So he got sober a decade and a half before I did. But yeah, and the reason that we got on that rant, or at least the reason I'll sum it up, is if you got an issue, don't lose hope. I wasn't ready for a long time. And no matter what anybody said to me, you couldn't get through to me. It had to come to me via me. Luckily, because I didn't do anything that got me arrested or made me have a come to Jesus moment. But you can do it. If I can do it, because I'm a weak suck little pussy, if I can do it without help in secrecy, anybody can do it. It just sucks. And it's going to suck. It's going to suck for me, I had like the flu for about 45, 60 days, and I had restless leg syndrome for about 90, where I didn't sleep through the night. But when I finally got a little bit of normalcy. Then I had to deal with emotions, which is kind of a transitional page. And I would recommend, personally, and it's hard to say because there are groups in Huntsville that I would not go back to, AA groups. But if you find a good Alcoholics Anonymous group, even if alcohol's not your driving factor, addiction, I think they're all kind of connected in a way. I don't know why I think that, but I just think for me they were. It's good to have a support group. It's good to have people hold you accountable. And it's good for me. I would dread every meeting before I went. And every meeting after I left, I felt better. And it was learning that I wasn't struggling alone, that people all over struggle. I had lawyers. I had people that were nearly homeless. I had a car dealer that I knew that I didn't know had a problem. I mean, it was just, it affects everybody. Nobody's safe from it. And it's getting scarier out there. And just don't ever lose hope is all I can say. No hope is no good.
Everybody's rock bottom is different.
It is. And,
it's different.
You know, I guess I'm just blessed to have found it. And again, I'm not a religious person. I've become very spiritual because I do believe that there was something that happened, whether the power of those 9 people, because it's a small group in that room, but before I left, because they didn't think I was going to come back. Because, I mean, I went to meetings for years, and you see people come in either because they had to get their document from court signed or their spouse told them and they were in and out. And, you know, it was just one of those things. And I don't think anybody, I know my sponsor didn't think I was going to make it because I just sat there for like the first 4 meetings. But I didn't. I planned on going home and drinking, but I didn't for some reason. I just wanted to see what it'd be like. Because he said before I left, just don't worry about not drinking anymore. Just don't drink tonight and come back. And so I did, and it just one day piled up to the next. And it worked out. Now, dating, when I got into that relationship, that was about the weirdest part of sobriety for me because I'd never kissed a girl sober before. 100% sober, much less been intimate with or had, you know, and she was a big wine drinker and an angry wine drunk. So there was a lot of tension there, not to mention she was borderline personality disorder, but that's another story.
I mean, what it all boils down to is like, yeah, we've been talking about addiction, alcoholism, whatever it may be, but what it all boils down to is it's not just an addiction. Like people become reliant or need some sort of gratification in life.
To feel something that should be filled with your own acknowledging that it exists. And it could be knives, it could be purses if you're a chick, it could be food, it could be
shoes,
cars, it could be a lot of things that
food.
And what it is dopamine is a powerful chemical. And you know, I learned that early on in my knife addiction because I admit it's an addiction. I'm gonna do a video on it sometime. I'm not active in my addiction now, but it was for me, it was ordering the knife, getting the confirmation, and having it incoming. Then I'd get it, I'd play with it for a day, I'd go in a case. I'd be on to the next thing. And I learned it was just consumerism. And it was a lot of it was fear of missing out. You know, it was being influenced by a lot of, oh, that looks cool. And I will say that over the hundreds and hundreds of knives I bought, I've probably only gotten, and I've bought all of them after seeing them be reviewed. Only a couple of them had been goats. I mean, they're shitty. Most of them have been fine knives, but I didn't need them.
It's all self-gratification is what it really boils down to.
Oh, Coonley.
Like what in your life?
I am thankful for that, my friend.
I've heard many stories in AA, where that's like not even scratching the surface.
I've heard some trash. I mean, and that's the thing that is both heartbreaking and at the same time it helps. It helped me realize that as bad as I was, I had such a it almost made me feel worse because I had some childhood trauma. My dad and I didn't have a great relationship, and he was kind of, I mean, I don't think he was abusive. By today's standards, he would have been. But back then, that's just how people parented. He didn't know any better. But I had a pretty good life. I didn't ever have, and some of the people in AA that are so open with their stories, and the reason they share their stories is out of the hope that somebody gets some kind of hope from their story, the fact they were able to get out of it, but just some horrific trauma
Absolutely.
and things that I couldn't imagine surviving, much less coming out of it and being able to talk about it. I'll never forget, and I won't go into any of the details, but it kind of pissed me off because this really attractive younger lady came in and had a very harrowing story, and she brought her fiance with her. Because you can bring on open nights, which is speaker nights, you can bring a family member or somebody who's not in the program. And when she got up to give her testimony or whatever, he got up and walked out.
Yeah.
And I can
And
understand
it's-
why, because it was very, and I couldn't judge him for that. But to me, I wouldn't have come with her. Because to me, I think because it was a small group, it looked like, and I guess everybody could kind of understand it, but life's hard, guys. It really is. But there's so much better ways to deal with stress than, I wouldn't say all medications, because I'm currently medicated for several things that aren't recreational, that help me kind of function. But when I was going out doing it on my own, it was a recipe for disaster. And I don't think everybody's like that, because I had friends who didn't. Well, I had friends who could get Coke, put it up, and do it for the whole weekend. I couldn't. I mean, if I got it, it would be till it was gone. I was always that way. I mean, I can remember, because I loved Crown and Cokes, which sounds like a blasphemous drink, but I just really liked them. And I can remember sitting at restaurants or bars, and like after my second Crown and Coke, I always felt just like the perfect level of buzz, but I'd never stop there. I would keep drinking. And it was and then it would lead me to making phone calls and just.
Yep. Yeah. What it all boils down to is self-awareness.
And Craig, that's exactly true. I think knowing your limitations. I think if I had surgery, because I'm going to have some mouth surgery at some point, but I'll probably get prescribed painkillers. I respect them so much more now, and I never want to go, can you take that off the screen? I just put it up. Bag.
Not the one before it, though.
Oh, which one was that?
The one before it's been up for a while.
Was that one?
Yeah. Oh, no. I think it was something about like 7-Eleven, but not that one. Yeah. I don't know.
Who knows? I don't remember what I said 2 minutes ago. That's why I never go back and watch my lives. What I do, it's funny, is when I turn them off, I'll go sit on the couch. I'll usually get something to eat, and then I'll open my YouTube studio, and I'll see that I'm either got the red flag or the yellow flag. And every time I've appealed it, because it's language or talking about stuff you shouldn't talk about, if it's yellow, that it can't be monetized, but you're not getting a strike, and you have to put in a review because it's AI that catches it. And I've only had one of my streams not be able to be shown to just anybody. And then like, it's bizarre because if I show clips, like if Knife Center, if I get tonight a little red thing, I know Knife Center did it, struck me, and I will go find David and slap him. Because I felt like that was kind of promoting them. And I could do two things, because you can show other people's content as long as you stop it and talk and make it transformative. I react to it or whatever. But that doesn't mean the person that made that content can't file a copyright claim against your channel. Well, then the burden becomes on the creator to either take it down or say, okay, I'm not going to take it down. We've got to resolve this in court, because YouTube's not going to resolve it. YouTube will take the video down until you go resolve it in court. And most of those people that get those strikes if they had the money to fight it in court, it would be a open and shut. You didn't violate anything. But these bigger channels will push their weight around because they know that people can't go to court and fight it over something so trivial.
Yeah.
Didn't want to comment about. I hear you, Kyle.
That was the one that was on the screen forever.
Yeah,
His 7-Eleven comment about sucking dick behind the 7-Eleven.
Well, at least I'll know where my yellow flag comes from tonight. That's funny. But see, I don't even see him up there. I got to take Kyle's down.
Yeah.
Ed, that's I did, and I wish that I didn't poison myself before Patron and some of those better tequilas came out, because one of my guilty pleasures in college was mezcal. And we drank a lot of mezcal tequila. And I had one particular experience that was so horrific that I could not even, I still to the day can't smell it, even in a margarita. I can smell it through a margarita, and it makes the watery thing in the back of my throat start, my gag reflex. I was sick for, I ran through sheetrock, somehow did not hit the studs. I'm kind of narrow and they were on 16-inch centers, but I ran through sheetrock. I woke up in the backyard of not my apartment, but a buddy's apartment, laying out in some kudzu, which is this fucking vegetation that just grows everywhere, with my buddy's black lab Ben laying out there beside me, looking so worried. I've never seen a lab, because labs are always dogs. He's laying out there on his paws, just watching me, and he looked so concerned. I mean, it made me feel guilty when I woke up. But yeah, I can't. Even when I was an alcoholic, I don't think, if the only thing in the liquor cabinet was tequila, I don't think I could have brought myself to drink it. I did a similar thing with Tanqueray, but I wouldn't choose to drink gin ever, but I could drink gin if I had to. I could not drink tequila if I had to.
Gin, tequila, and vodka.
Vodka was my go-to towards the end, because they had this stuff called, it was sweet tea flavored vodka. Johnny Weed, I think it was called Johnny Weed was the brand, and it was vodka that was kind of a little tan, and it was a sweet tea infused vodka. And I was on the board of our neighborhood pool. And so when I'd go to the pool, I would mix lemonade with that sweet tea vodka. Oh, it's so good.
So you basically had a vodka Arnold Palmer.
Craig, that's true. And, you know, in all truth, boomers got probably the worst messaging of the whole pharmaceutical scam, right? So I know, for example, 80-year-old aunts of mine who take pain pills every day, not because they really need them, because they're addicted. However, there's another side of that I look at it. They're old. They're getting them through a reasonable source. Who's me to judge?
Mm-hmm.
True.
Peanut butter on the nuts.
Absolutely. No, but I know that I can remember too, and then we'll talk about knife steals and the fact that all of our YouTube buddies are lying to us about the knife steals that they're making. I'm kidding. That'll come back to haunt me.
Back into it.
Yeah. But I know that I thought for years that addiction was going to be part of my life forever. I didn't think I never saw a way out. And I don't remember, except the fact that I came to a realization that it was no longer sustainable, and I wasn't getting anything off of it except just prolonging the time it took me to get sick, because there was going to come a time when I was going to get sick. And yeah, it just don't lose hope. If you're struggling with it now, just know that you're not the only person struggling with it. And I felt like I was. And I knew there were addicts everywhere. You hear about it, but I felt like my situation was unique, which it wasn't. It's the basic same shit. And the last thing I'll say is there's a book called The Big Book. It's an Alcoholic Anonymous book. And if you've never had a sip of alcohol in your life and you read those 12 steps and follow them, they will make your life better. It has nothing to do with just alcohol. It's those 12 steps are pretty powerful. I think everybody could benefit from working the steps. But yeah, the blade steel thing, I'm interested to see. And maybe everybody knew that. Maybe I was the only person, because Shane and Kyle knew, but maybe more people in the community knew that. I just didn't think that was the case. So what did that knife center? Okay, what it says is it's a video with Eric Glacier. I got it right here, and I'm gonna go right to the place where he says it because I know where it is. Hold on, I'm gonna share it. Hold on. All right, here we go. Right here, right, man. All right, here we go. Let me share the screen because I know some people probably weren't in here earlier, and this will get us back to knife talk. And this is the conversation was just going to be Crucible Chinese Magna Cut. Eric Glesser sets the record straight, and this is something that I also had to come back and correct my statement that I was wrong. But here you go.
That sometimes people like Crucible and Carpenter and Bowler, they get more recognition out of the knife industry than any other industry.
Even if it happens to be a very small.
I didn't go on a lot of that, but fortunately for the knife industry is we get to ride on the coattails of other industries. Mm-hmm. You know, the car industry, the aeronautics industry, the space industry. I mean, there's so much emerging steels that are coming out from other industries. When we got into Crucible steels, it was because of coal chutes. When we got into LC200N, it was because of NASA.
That was a NASA thing, wasn't it? Yeah.
And so, you know, there are always going to be these evolutions, and you just have to be savvy enough to find it.
And so what I think the subtext of what you're saying also is we're still going to have high performance steels.
We're still going to have high performance steels. I think with every market and everything in life, you ebb and flow. Well, there'll be times when steels are less available. I remember in 2008, you know, it was let's get purchase orders so we can stay in the market. And before you knew it, industries were supporting the steel industry and getting them purchase orders so that we could all keep going.
Yeah.
And that was when Carpenter joined the knife industry. I don't know if you remember the history, but that's when they started playing into the knife industry, and they brought a lot more grades and pushed the evolution a little bit further. And so, you know, will there be ebb and flow? Yes. I certainly think so. I think what plays in right now, though, is going to be where in the world is this stuff made?
Where in the world is this stuff made? This is going to be on the quiz. Pay attention.
So out of what country, what cost, and its performance, and everything that goes along with it, steel is the foundry of production. You know, we can't be a nation of farmers and doctors and lawyers, and we have to make things. And without making steel, you know, if we're buying all of our steel from overseas, it's going to be a lot harder to compete. And so, you know, I think I'm really hoping that somebody takes on the challenge of continuing to bring these grades out. I know Niagara is involved. I have to give hats off to Niagara. They are the distributor of Crucible steels. They are the distributor of so many other steels as well. They really help carry this industry along. You know, I don't think that a lot of people outside of, you know, the manufacturing world oftentimes know how often one or two vendors plays such a big role in everybody's success.
I think that's what some people are worried about is like when one of those linchpins gets pulled, what are the effects down the line?
You know, one of the beautiful things about our knife industry, though, is everybody sticks around. We've been here a long time. You know, I've been working with my father. Boat moving forward. You know, we all want to be
taken care of.
Yeah, you know, and Niagara is going to make sure that to have Chinese Magna Cut. Not
here we go.
Now, like I sure hope the folks are going to be taken care of.
Yeah, you know, and Niagara is going to make sure that to help them out. You know, I would certainly think that if a company is considering taking on these challenges, to know that people like Spyderco and people like Niagara are going to support that challenge. Would I make a Spyderco Chinese Magna Cut, not in a hurry. You know, they work very hard.
Not in a hurry. I missed the part where he talks about these steels are, in fact, like Shane and Kyle have said for years, being copied and made in China on their knives. So let me continue.
To develop that steel, and Niagara and Crucible kept it for America and the Western Hemisphere, if you will. And though the Chinese may be making a copy, if you will, you know, would I make some? Likely not. I never say never to anything, though.
The reason he never says never is, wait for it,
hate to close books completely.
Well, I mean, the world 5 years from now could look very different than right now.
The world 5 years from now could look very differently, which basically that might be.
I'm certainly not in a hurry.
Right.
But they're also making steels like M390.
Equivalent, you know, M390 equivalent.
Right, which has been sold in China for a very long time. And so as Spyderco, you know, we make knives in China and Taiwan, Italy, Japan, America. I mean, we like to source all kinds of designs from all kinds of lots and all kinds of materials from all around the world.
Well, you like to follow the performance too.
So you can be a part of all of these things. You know, if you're not a part of it, then you're on.
So anyway, guys, the point was, we've been talking and Shane's been saying, yeah, birds are Chinese Spydercos. But Shane had been talking about, you know, that I thought, and I Googled it during a live stream a while back, that we ship a lot of Magna Cut to China. And Shane had overheard at Blade Show, Laren talking to somebody saying that they've not shipped a stick of Magna Cut to China. And then Shane also has a friend that's in the knife industry over there, but he's been saying it for a while. But to hear him just now say it like it was known by everybody, that it wasn't even that big of a secret, you know. And I'd always thought, was under the belief, and maybe I just assumed it, that it was American steel. So I think the news, or what Shane's been getting texts about, because Shane's the one that called me this afternoon to ask me if I saw that video, because that's kind of the first time it's come out publicly, maybe on the internet, from someone who's reputable, who would know. What he says earlier in that video, and I'll put the link up again because y'all should watch the whole thing. It's only, how many minutes? It's like 20 minutes. Yeah, 21 minutes. But anyway, he talks about, let me get this copied first. He talks about the industrialization of China being kind of on a growth pattern, right? Where they're making more and more stuff. They're kind of growing their infrastructure. He said there are places he went a few years ago that were just villages. And when he goes back, because he travels there for business quite a bit, that they're now high-speed trains and highways where those villages were. So if they're expanding and growing, and their foundries, he said earlier in that video that China has the state-of-the-art foundries because they're newer, because they weren't growing when we were. When we were in our industrial revolution, they necessarily weren't, right? So our stuff might be older, and they don't have the same EPA type regulations. So there's all kinds of things. But one of the things that's interesting, we've all been talking about tariffs. He was talking about just the steel. He said if we were getting the steel from China or competing with China, they could put a 200% tariff on it and American companies still couldn't compete, which is crazy. It's scary. Save that in case.
Save it in case Knife Center decides to pull it down.
Oh, are you talking about the video?
Yeah.
You know, I should have done it when I had YouTube Premium, but it just ended yesterday, my little trial. That's exactly right. I mean, and that's why I don't know. I know that they're buying a lot of the country in terms of real estate, stuff like that, making a lot of investments in the country. And I know that we're enemies, I guess, but it seems like our economies are too intertwined to where any type of hostilities, you know, outside of just trying to level the playing field, would be mutually non-beneficial.
Video has been downloaded, just so you know.
What's that?
I saved the video.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And speaking of that, I have heard, and I don't know if this is true, this is just me throwing out a rumor that I heard, but that Rumble is kind of in a similar situation. And it's not the government, but that Rumble is not profitable on its own. That Rumble is propped up by a lot of, I guess, conservative free speech people that keep it running, that it hadn't turned a profit since it started. And they're wondering if it's going to stay viable in this administration. Pay difference isn't even close. They buy much less than we do from them. This is true. This is true. What do they even buy from us? Materials occasionally. But that's the other thing that Shane shared tonight that I didn't know. Was it vanadium? That he said there's certain things, even in American-made steels, American-made steels aren't all from American-made materials.
No. You have to outsource certain things from other
Yes,
countries.
things that we don't have, that we don't mine here, that we don't have here.
We just don't have access to.
Exactly. And we are like locust when it comes to consumption.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be the first to say, I don't understand how all that works. I do think that probably most of those people over there, the citizens, have the same basic wants and dreams that we do. Maybe like for their kids to be safe, for them to have food to eat, a roof over their head. I can't think that they're, I think all humans are beautiful to some extent. And I think governments and corporations behind governments kind of fuck everything up.
Corporations.
Well, yeah, because I'm convinced, and I wasn't always like this, but I'm convinced that the first day you walk into the Oval Office, you're met with a bunch of people in jackets that tell you kind of how it works. That you're kind of there as the Muppet.
I don't usually like getting into politics, but I don't believe that the person that's your president is actually the one running your country.
I'd like to think that.
I'd like to think it, but it's not the case.
No.
There's so many people with so much money that they just control everything.
But Kyle, and again, I'm asking the question. I'm not debating that yours are not 100% true, but would they not be shooting themselves in the foot? Or could they somehow circumvent what we contribute to their economy through consumption by cutting us off and having us go away or go to war? What would be their... It started long before him as a slow cook, 100-year war behind the scenes. And Kyle, I don't question, because Kyle's very well read. He's very... he doesn't appear it in a lot of his chat comments, but he knows his shit.
You can blame Reagan for the Chinese fuckery.
China can't just roll over Taiwan because they also need Taiwan's. See, and that's what I hear about. And again, that's another thing my sponsor told me early on is no longer watching Auburn football and don't watch 24-hour news. Because I used to just get hung up in the news, and that's just bad news.
I don't watch the news.
No,
I haven't watched the news in like 10 years.
But I see stuff on YouTube that, and it's clickbait, but that Taiwan and China are on the brink. But I would think that China would want to take over Taiwan so they could take over that manufacturing if that was a strategy. I don't know. Snake will eat itself. I've heard that. It's going over my head, though. With China, they want us to collapse, period. The hate is what drives them. I just don't know enough about it. I guess their government has always been violently or legitimately opposed to our government or style, but it seems like even if you hate somebody, but they're propping up your economy, if they go away, who's going to step in and fill that void?
it's almost like mutually assured destruction.
I think
Right?
I think what it more boils down to is individual greed than anything else. I don't think it has to do with countries or societies as a whole. It has
I
to
think
do
it's
with
greed
individual greed.
Greed. When you get so much, it becomes a natural evolution to power, where it's all about power and control.
Yeah, greed and power go hand in hand. Like, you want more and you crave power, you know? And it's, I don't know.
And do you think that goes back to the basic? Because I've always thought
It's human nature.
Yeah, and
like,
I've
regardless, it's human nature.
I heard it today. I saw something on a podcast that Dak Shepard was talking about his addiction. He's an actor dude, who's been sober for a while, but forgot where I was going with that. I'm losing my mind. Where was I going with that? And it wasn't an addiction thing. It was a
I think you got distracted by that comment.
I got distracted about anything, dude. I can. My cat walks by.
ADD, ADHD.
And that's the whole thing. If anybody takes ADHD meds by prescription, I have to take them early in the morning, and they don't last that long. So I get totally scrambled brain. I do have one of my pop-up lives at 10:15 on Thursday to see how that goes. It'll be vertical, so I'll warn y'all, if you don't like vertical, don't come. But that's usually when I'm at my best. My
squirrel.
I don't get as distracted. Now I can get hyper focused on shit, which is even worse.
Then you go down tangent road.
and just not get out of it, and it just becomes like it's what I'm focused on. But I was gonna say something about, I can't think of it. I can't even think why I would have said Dax's name, but he said something pretty profound today, and I can't remember what it was. It had to do with power and addiction. Okay, that's what it was. I think Dax said that when he was 30 years ago, he thought he had a dream to be an actor, to be not worried about money all the time. And when he finally got all of that, he found he was the least happy that he's ever been. That's when he had all of his problems. And that's when he learned that those things that we think would make everything better don't fill that void. And if you're not going to address those things, let's say you're a billionaire tech guy, and you can get anything and you're still not filling that hole. And then what's the next step, right? I mean, it becomes kind of like a evolving addiction.
I was about to say, it goes down the whole addiction road. Like, you went from craving money to now craving power.
Right, because the money's not doing it for you anymore.
No.
It's just the human
happiness. Happiness is the key to life.
Like, it is fascinating.
Find what makes you happy. What makes you happy will keep you healthy.
And I think it's been proven that the simpler your life is, the less cluttered your life is. And this is, I forget where the happiest population is, but they don't have a lot. You don't need stuff. I think that's been one of the things that this country sold us from the beginning of my time, is consume to be happy for Christmas.
Consumerism and capitalism.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad system. I can't think of any other system, but I do think it may. I can always see if I was where, like today, if I said if I had this much money, I'd be good. I'd be able to cover everything. But there's always going to be that. I just don't think it'd fix it. Burying my face in a blueberry cheesecake is pure happiness.
I have a video that everybody should watch.
Share it.
Granted, it's from a movie.
Come back, eggs. Eggs is about to come back, guys. He's in deep thought. He's doing like I do, and he forgot what he was saying.
Oh, I'm finally back again.
You're back. You're back.
Yeah, I was like, I'm just lagging. But yeah, I have a video everybody should watch. Everybody who lives here in America.
Share it.
It's from a movie, a show. I can't remember where it's from, but it's the dude from Dumb and Dumber.
The blonde-headed guy?
The blonde-headed guy. Posted the link in chat.
Hold on.
It's like it's crazy how much it hits home. Like for some people, they might hate it. Some might like it.
Well, that's what
That's
art's
for your own
expected to do,
interpretation.
right? Jeff Daniels, right?
I think that's his name, yeah.
I think it's
So,
Jeff Daniels movie.
yeah. But he basically is talking about like it's like he's in a seminar and basically somebody's asking him like why is America the greatest country in the world? And he basically just is like, it's not.
And he goes through it. Yeah. All right, so
yeah. and he just fucking like rips
whale,
everybody a new asshole in that seminar.
Is it the
It's
Purple Rose
insane.
of Cairo?
I think maybe
The Squid and the Whale. Let's go to his other. That's what he's known for. 7.3. Let's see what the Purple Rose of Cairo is about.
clip from the premiere episode of the American television political The Newsroom. So it's from a show.
Oh, The Newsroom. Okay, let me pull that up.
Yeah. I posted the link in chat.
Oh, you did? Let me find it.
It's enlightening. Like it's crazy. Like some may hate me for it, others may love me. I don't know.
Okay,
Not
Zach.
love me,
I'm going
but
to
love
actually go
it
in
in
here and
general.
click on that. I'm not going to put it on the screen, but I'm going to click on it and I'm going to pull it up and we're going to look at that book. That looks like a good
Just
one.
learned this Amazon book. Mommy's Piss Flaps collection. What the fuck?
I got to find it. I'm back here in the real chat trying to find it. You know how they don't scroll together, so I'm having to scroll down to get to Zach's
Queer
comment.
goth girl who lives in a haunted house with spiders, bones, bugs, and witchy shit with a girlfriend who has a girlfriend who has a husband. What?
I'm interested. I'm interested, but I can't get to that.
Hold on. I'm looking at the cover of this. An erotic killer story or something. Interesting. Okay.
I'm going to share the screen because I've got it up. This is too good not to share. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to go one thing better because I know y'all are going to want this. It's only $2, 80% off.
80% off.
If you buy it, use my affiliate link. I'm posting it in the chat because I'm a fucking shill. I learn from the best. But
I really want to watch that video though. It's fucking amazing.
Is there video or is it a book?
Oh no, Zach's was a book. Mine was a video.
Yeah, yours is a video. I got yours pulled. Let me get on it too. Hold on a sec.
Yeah.
I kill men who have.
But it's crazy.
Zach, I've got questions for you. I'm just curious. How my buddy Zach becomes so exposed to art. All right, where is my chat? Damn it. I want to click on your link, and I can't do it from StreamYard. I've got to go up here.
Here you go. Instagram. Sent.
I got it right here.
Oh, wait. I just did the wrong one.
I got it. I'm getting ready. All right. Can you say why America is the greatest country in the world? It's 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yeah, it's not very long. It's very short.
Do we want to watch it? Let's watch it.
That's up to chat. But
yeah, chat, y'all want to watch it?
It's enlightening.
Y'all want to spend 4 minutes and put all of our differences and things aside and just listen? And then come back and wish each other a good night or good morning.
At the end of the day, remember, you're entitled to your opinion.
Exactly.
It's your
And
opinion.
I think the more that we learn, we don't have to change our ideals, but hold on. All right. This is going to hose me.
No, because you have ads. No, it looks like it's
Yeah,
fine.
it won't let me monetize.
Oh, really?
Yes, he's got his little thing down here. But that doesn't mean we can't watch it. We just can't watch it here. But is this like a trailer?
Tell students that America is so star-spangled. Why people don't like liberals?
I'm
Because
just
they
going to
lose.
break it up a little bit.
But he gets to
guys,
hit you with it anytime.
I mean, you don't have to put it on
Why
the
is
screen.
it
You
not
could you could just put
The New York
like
Jets.
quotes. I guess. The New York Jets. That's
I'm going to hold you to an
country.
answer on that. What makes America the greatest country in the world?
That's fine, Kyle. Oh, you're okay. That's your
Why
opinion.
is
Not the
America
greatest country in the world, Professor. That's my answer.
You're saying
Yes.
This little clip right here.
Let's talk.
What's that?
This little clip right here is the most important when he breaks down like why we're no
Okay.
longer the greatest country in the world.
Let's check it
Like
out.
it's just a small little snippet.
Talk about fine. Sharon, the NEA is a loser. Yeah, it accounts for a penny out of our paycheck, but he gets to hit you with it anytime he wants. It doesn't cost money. It costs votes. It costs airtime and column inches. You know why people don't like liberals? Because they lose. If liberals are so fucking smart, how come they lose so goddamn always? Hey, and with a straight face, you're going to tell students that America is so star-spangled awesome that we're the only ones in the world who have freedom? Canada has freedom. Japan has freedom. The UK, France, Italy, Germany, Spain, Australia, Belgium.
Interesting stuff. Just stopping it for a second. So the filter thinks look how good his hairline is in this film.
No, it's
Belgium has freedom. So 207 sovereign states in the world, like 180 of them have freedom.
All right.
And yet you, sorority girl, just in case you accidentally wander into a voting booth one day, there's some things you should know. And one of them is there is absolutely no evidence to support the statement that we're the greatest country in the world. We're 7th in literacy, 27th in math, 22nd in science, 49th in life expectancy, 178th in infant mortality, 3rd in median household income, number 4 in labor force, and number.
What's his specialty in this, Eggs? Where's
I
he
don't
get all
remember. I
He's
don't
very
remember. I think he's like a
he's-
professor in this or something. But
he's dropping receipts. isn't
Or
he?
in exports. We lead the
He just
world
drops
in only
knowledge.
3 categories: number of incarcerated citizens per capita, number of adults who believe angels are real, and defense spending, where we spend more than the next 26 countries combined, 25 of whom are allies. Now, none of this is the fault of a 20-year-old college student, but you nonetheless are, without a doubt, a member of the worst generation, ever. So when you
I mean, that is powerful. I mean,
that statement. That's all I wanted to. That was it. That little snippet.
and I'm so used. I don't think I've seen Jeff Daniels in a serious role.
No.
But I don't watch a lot of movies. Pocket Metal will laugh about that.
No. Is he a news anchor in that? I thought he was a teacher.
Well,
or some sort of educator.
He's a news anchor. Okay, Craig said he's
Interesting.
What?
But all I know is just he literally just tears everybody a new butthole. It's just
And
like,
I do agree with
here you
Kyle
go,
there.
dude.
That's facts too. And I probably shouldn't talk about it. It's probably not YouTube terms of service.
Yeah, no,
friendly.
absolutely.
What happened? Did y'all hear what happened was it Switzerland today or yesterday? That happens here all the time. Too much.
No.
Tragic with schools.
No.
It was a school incident that involved pew-pews.
Pew-pews.
And yeah, it was, and it was a country that doesn't have firearms.
Mm-hmm.
And again, not to get into that, but criminals are going to get what criminals are going to get.
Hey,
Law-abiding citizens are going to not, they're going to do what they're supposed to do. And then you've tipped the balance, the scale. And I think a lot of people forget what the right to bear arms was written to, I think, help preserve in this country, which was that the government was not going to be able to strong arm us if we were able to, if ever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it's the right of the people to alter and abolish it and install new government. Play the rest of the scene. Coming. We've paused enough, and I'm going to get a strike anyway, so I don't care.
It's just great.
God dang it! I just started over. Let me get back to post and I'll share it.
He's at the worst generation period
Okay,
ever.
and we'll share it again. We're almost halfway through it.
And like I said before, like you're entitled to your own opinion.
Spending, where we spend more than the next
And this is
26
fiction.
countries combined, 25 of whom are allies. Now, none of this is the fault of a 20-year-old college student, but you nonetheless are, without a doubt, a member of the worst generation period ever. When you ask what makes us the greatest country in the world, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I love the silence.
Sure used to be.
And this is where it gets serious.
Stood up for what was right. We fought for moral reasons. We passed laws, struck down laws for moral reasons. We waged wars on poverty, not poor people.
Yep.
We sacrificed. We cared about our neighbors. We put our money where our mouths were, and we never beat our chest. We built great big things, made ungodly technological advances, explored the universe, cured diseases, and we cultivated the world's greatest artists and the world's greatest economy.
Yep.
We reached for the stars, acted like men. We aspired to intelligence. We didn't belittle it.
This is where I'm giving my little commentary. Damn, he's got a good hairline in this movie.
Didn't make us feel inferior. We didn't identify ourselves by who we voted for.
Quick little we got to confuse the
algorithm. Confuse it. Yeah. Confuse AI.
Let's do it real quick with this. And back to where we were.
Or in the last election, and we didn't scare so easy. We were able to be all these things and do all these things because we were informed by great men who were revered. First step in solving any problem is recognizing there is one. America is not the greatest country in the world anymore. Enough?
Hey, I can't argue with anything that was said in that because I can remember, even though my granddad, as Kyle will tell you, is kind of cloaked in scandal, but they were, I think, a generation that did so much and gave so much. But yeah, it's I still think Kyle, in a lot of ways, absolutely. And I think what's kind of telling is it goes back to what our Spyderco guy was saying, right? If we don't get focused on raising the education level of our kids or get better at making things, building things again, or get better at being able to compete globally, we're not going to, even if, we will always, hopefully, even though those are being worked on, have the rights that we hold dear. But I think his point is without him saying it, is we used to be run by people with morals who are looking out for their constituents. And I'm not convinced that anybody is looking out solely for their constituents any more than it takes them to deliver on a promise to get them reelected. I think a lot of people might go into politics with, and maybe 2% are stand up for their beliefs. I don't believe it's 2%. But yeah, it's just, I don't think it was always like that. I think it's kind of become more and more corrupt. I don't know when it started. Before I was born, probably. I was born in 67.
It's been decades.
Yeah, it's just we haven't. That could be true too. Again, I always, full disclosure, I'm an uninformed knife idiot who talks to myself an hour a day. on camera. So I have nothing really to add.
I'm right here. You're talking to me. Okay.
Wow, isn't that strange? Isn't that interesting? And there's a good lot to be said to that. There's a lot to be said for that. People wouldn't be coming here in droves if, but they're not coming from everywhere, right? I think they also go to other countries too, but not like they come here. I think we should always strive to do better. Now, who determines what better is? And I hope Pocket Metal's not in here, because this is a little thing I throw out there that everybody thinks is going to go wrong, even me too. But I can't remember where I heard somebody talking about if AI actually became truly objective and would analyze history, it would be a great government. If it knew what the goal, I don't think people anymore, I think corporations are so deeply entrenched into it and special interests and lobbyists that it's set to be just a skewed system.
Yep.
Kyle Coonley, would you rather sharpen knives or debate politics? And I love debate. I was in debate class in school. So I wanted to be a lawyer until I went psychedelic and learned I couldn't do that. Politics is fascinating. The thing about politics is I think there's a lot of speculation, because I think there's a lot that maybe somebody in the government knows, but citizens, I don't think we know all the pieces, parts, and what it is. I know we don't. So I agree, but Kyle, what's going to be, how is the current system going to move forward and address some of the issues that really plague our country? It just seems that there's so much division, and I get it because I can see the points on both sides. I feel heavier on certain points on both sides, so I'm kind of down the middle there. Some things I'm very socially liberal in a weird way in terms of like individual rights. I don't think, for example, and I'll just throw it out there, I don't think a group or body of government should say you can't consume a thing that grows out of the ground. I think that's overstepping. I think taking 35% of my cash is overstepping when it wasn't designed to be a forever thing when it first was put into place. And I think it's proven that once anything is enacted, it's hard to roll it back. And I think the older I get, the more cynical I get. I've seen too much shit.
I don't even know if it's being cynical. It's more knowledge and life experience and having the understanding of what you feel is right and wrong.
True. Maybe becoming more
self-aware.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
But Groundhog, I can't see a machine having any of those characteristics. I do use Chat GPT just for fun to see what it can do. And I use a little plug-in in one of my thumbnail apps that'll do drawings. That's kind of fascinating. But I don't think our government understands freedom and free will as well as they would want us to believe that they do. All right, I got to Google it. If this is who I think it is. Oh, yeah, scary. See what else is wild? Not just the AI thing, but the of course, the drones are wild, but have y'all, have you seen those robotic dogs they're using in Ukraine? Those Boston Dynamics dogs that can be mounted with shotguns and shit, and just they run through the battlefield.
Yep.
I don't know if there'll be many more conflicts because during that incident that happened in Washington, they've had pilots come out and talk about, and this tin hat stuff, but potential for international hacking. That I didn't know this, but those helicopters can be flown autonomously. The technology is built into them, like a Tesla. You can have like a drone, an Apache helicopter go on a run without anybody in it. Now, there were people in this one. Exactly. And that's, you know, I almost think that situation exists in countries that I've never experienced or don't know much about their political culture. Even if their politics are totally corrupt, I would still think the people are just trying to get through the day and keep their family safe. But I'm an idealist, so who am I to say?
Sweet chili Juantonios. I had to Google what the heck that was.
What is that?
It's gluten-free corn chips that are sweet chili flavored, apparently.
Zach, look at you switching up the M&Ms.
Available to all states, just so you know.
No, Kyle, is that true, or are you just trolling me? I don't trust any of that stuff because, again, I'm not a black hat computer guy, but I know people that are. And I would think anything that's on a network of any kind.
Yeah, you have to be careful. It could be hacked easily. I don't care about your encryption. All it takes is people with
Kyle,
the
come
want
back
and
and tell me,
desire.
did that really happen? Because I'm Googling it. I saw a video of it, scary shit. It was in Asia somewhere. I think I did. Let's see. Let's go to YouTube. Because they've got a bunch. I mean, they've got some super scary, just the way these things move. I'll tell you what else is scary. I think I can show it to you guys because I showed it to my mom today. Let me show you something else first. What real dogs can do. And I'm a big fan of dogs. I lost my dog at Blade Show last year. She was old. She was 15. But anyway, check this video out. Now, this first part, I don't know if it's real. It looks real, but I don't know. I've never been in a group like this. Check this out.
Are they about to go parachuting?
This is just part of it. Check some of this shit out. Those are repelling.
What the heck?
They're just showing how vital they are in check this out. I mean, they're so damn loyal, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. But so, yeah, those General Dynamic dogs are just, to me, terrifying. But these guys are heroes. That's just badass to me. And dogs will do anything. I mean, I know y'all have seen videos of police dogs going in without any fear. But let me go Boston Dynamics. Boston Dynamics. Dog crash out. Dog gun. Here we go. Let's try this one. Dog malfunction.
All I know is it's almost bedtime for me.
Oh, we're about to shut it down, buddy.
All right, good.
I was going to end with something super creepy if I could find it.
Ooh.
Let's fail. This is a fail compilation, but I don't think this is it. Let's see.
Don't mind me. I'm just over here eating chocolate.
You eat chocolate, brother.
I'm hungry and I don't want to go downstairs.
I'm gonna make y'all watch the ad. Shut up. No, this isn't gonna be it. I need to find that video, Kyle. If you find it, send it to me. This is just them doing stupid shit, being like humans.
That's not the dog though.
Oh, that's just thinking over and over. All right, let's go back and find some of these others.
Sponsored by dog food.
Dog food. Yeah,
I was about to say sponsored by dog food.
And then he just fell off the stage. I don't see it. Let's see. Let me go guns. What's this thing doing?
Totally awesome or totally frightening?
I think they're creepy. But I think if you can work with those or what they've done with drones, I think has been amazing. You know, over there, that's been, I mean, a lot of that's been done by like 18-year-old video game players. If you look at the, they're like 17 and they just sit in this bunker all day. That's the Wall Street Journal. They're going to hose me. Hold on. Let's go back here.
That's how a lot of drone pilots started.
Yeah, the number one, I think the most effective is this 15-year-old who's, like, I think, has the most registered.
Did anybody think it was weird when the United States Air Force used to come to their schools and they'd have like that flight simulator?
Very strange.
Just saying. Crazy how some of those people became some of the most well-known drone pilots. Well, not well-known, but
the most lethal.
Some of the most influential drone pilots that there are. Just saying.
I want them to show this kid. But these drones that they're using over there are not military drones. They're commercial drones, the kinds you can get on Amazon. And they're just loading them with like explosives and flying them. These kids that use the FPV, which are the little goggles they put on their face, are like flying them into the open hatches on the tanks. And it's just got like a hand grenade on it. So it's not like they're using.
Says when Russia invaded, Ukraine's military didn't have any short-range drones. So he put out a call on Facebook for civilian drone owners to help locate Russian forces. The response was overwhelming.
If we didn't have such operators and drones who can help Ukrainian army.
The Russians were only a couple of kilometers away, but the military needed their exact coordinates. Pokarasa was the only experienced drone pilot in town. I was very scared, but if I didn't help them, the Russians could be here in a day, he says. The grade 9 student went with his father to a nearby field and put his drone up over the highway. Before long, he spotted an armored column of Russian vehicles. His father sent the images and coordinates to the military, and the Russian column was destroyed. Pokarasa's town has now pushed out some of his videos. They were occupiers.
I mean, all those little kids are just, it's scary. But what I can see is battles without people. I mean, not that people aren't getting killed, that civilians aren't getting killed by whatever's flying around or running around shooting stuff. But it's just nuts. Well, guys, it is late. We've talked about crazy shit. I apologize. It's been 4 hours. It's 2:00 here. I love each and every one of you. Eggs, it's always a pleasure to have you join me, buddy.
Always a pleasure to be here, man.
And you guys do me a favor and look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right. Don't hold anything that anybody says in chats personally. Choose debate over hate. Because again, life is too short to hate. And we can learn from each other. I learn from y'all every day. Guys, look out for the guy to your left. Look out for the guy to your right.
I'm back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel.